FM, Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
So tell me, honey, I know what to do. So please don't tell me that you don't want my love. 'Cause there's no way, no how I walk away. Yes, baby, there's no sweet love than thee. So do you want me? Yeah. Sweet love, sweet love. I got all that you're looking for. Oh, baby, baby, sweet love, sweet love. I got all that you need. See, I've been waiting around here, waiting for you. Yeah, that's alright. I know you will see. So please don't tell me that you don't want my love. 'Cause there's no way, no I walk away, yes, baby, there's no sweet love than this. So do you want me? Sweet love, sweet love. I got all that you're looking for. Oh, baby, baby, sweet love, sweet love. I got all that you need. Yeah. See, I've been waiting around here, waiting for you. Yeah, that's alright. I know you will see. So please don't tell me that you don't want my love. 'Cause there's no way, no how I walk away. Yes, baby, there's no sweet love than this. So do you want me? Yeah, sweet love, sweet love. I got all that you're looking for. Oh, baby, baby, sweet love, sweet love. I got all that you need. Oh, baby, baby, sweet love, sweet love. I got all that you're looking for. Oh, baby, baby, sweet love, sweet love. I got all that you need. Oh, sweet, sweet love.
Breeze 93.9 FM. Playing all your go-to jams.
From the place that I call, but she's calling my name. Yeah, she's calling my name. Miles from her beautiful blue seas, but I'm playing the game, trying to get to this fame. Oh, oh. Yeah. Had to think hard before I make decisions. Think about what I've earned and what's given. Think about my future and my love. Play some ball, mess around and switch it up. Mix some C's with some B's and make a book. Too many trees, they be starting to hurt my lungs. In the box doing nothing that ain't fun. What the hell am I doing? I got to run now. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. I got some hearts to fill and break free from this habit of negativity. Oh damn weak that be sticking to me like macaroni in K3. I'm far away from the comfort of my bed, but it's all good just as long as I can keep my head. Yeah, I'll be back, don't you worry about that. But first I gotta get on track and make some tracks now. Miles, from the place that I call home. But she's calling my name. Yeah, she's calling my name. Miles, from her beautiful blue seas. And I'm playing the game. Yeah, I'm playing the game. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got 200-300 in my wallet. I check the phone, see that nobody is calling. On the TV, everyone is balling like they stalling, but I'm stalling cause I'm all in. I think about the nice weather, cause I'm freezing in a big sweater. Haven't talked to G, Josh, even Mr. Sweller. Used to make hits and you know it lasts forever. Hey, take me back. Backpack, snapbacks, Kendrick on the Mac. Dreaming about putting Guam music on the map. Screaming about rhymes, we be planning our attack. Hey, I'll be back, my homies. Please stay hungry, so you know that I'm coming. Make a few hundreds, then add a few commas. Be honest, and you know you gotta stay humble. Miles, from the place that I call. But she's calling my name. Yeah, she's calling my name. Miles, from her beautiful blue seas. And I'm playing the game, yeah, trying to get to this fame. Miles, from the place that I call home. But she's calling my name. Yeah, she's calling my name. Miles, from her beautiful blue seas. Yeah, she's calling my name. Trying to get to this fame. Miles, from the place that I call home. But she's calling my name. Yeah, she's calling my name. Hey, Miles, from her beautiful sea. Yeah, I'm playing the game. Yeah, I'm playing the game. Yeah, Miles, from the place that I call home.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Sinja uli di sombranza tanmak e zu ita saluda antes di niga radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo el memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalalapa giluk tanu man libri tentami ti man ko badi.
Chamoru Puritanota Kantai Matuno Nyagi Toru Iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria Abiba Islas en Paraiona, Parai Gloria, Abiba Islas.
somehow stepped into my life, and you bring sunshine to my eyes. You make my life worth living for, and you make me hold on to my dreams once more. You, my friend, make me hope again. You, my friend, give me strength that'll never end. Do believe in me, for I believe in you, and together we will see it. You somehow stepped into my life, and you bring sunshine to my eyes. You make my life worth living for, and you make me hold on to my dreams once more. You, my friend, make me hope again. You, my friend, give me strength that'll never end. And I know that you are feeling the way I do. Do believe in me, for I believe in you, and together we will see it.
Good morning, Guam. Right on. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning. That was a good one.
Thank you. I was doing my like it's World War II planes, Liberation Week. Good morning, Jay. How was that?
Nice.
Nice. Right on,
I was gonna
Jason.
say,
Saw us.
if you stood on top of them,
Way to go, Jay.
if you stood on top of the Empire State Building, we could be King Kong.
King
and we'll have,
Kong,
like, all
right?
these little
Yep, that's
planes
right.
flying around.
King Chris in the house. Good morning. 6:23. This is the link. It's Monday. Whoa, Monday. Oh, man. Well, guys, it's going to be a short week. It's a weird one, though, because Wednesday's a holiday, like in the middle of the week.
Yeah.
Weird, huh? I know it's not a holiday for some people.
Wait, what are those over your shoulder? Those are
Nectarines.
Are those nectarines or apricots?
nectarine. Wait,
Apricots are smaller.
Okay.
I don't have my glasses, but from here it looks like nectarines.
and there's only 3 of them, so one of us is
Yeah,
gonna be.
I brought this for my boy because he's going on a trip. So my lady brought these to the house. I don't know what. So these are nectarines.
That's what they look like.
Yeah.
They're from here.
Yeah. So it's smooth.
Yeah.
Apricot is fuzzy, right?
and they're smaller.
Yeah, so we tried that. Kids tried that. I think it was the first time they ever tried that. It just wouldn't. It's like, oh my god. So I went and bought some more. Good stuff. Eat your fruits and veggies, guys. For real.
Joe, sir, just eat your fruits.
Eat your fruits, sir. There's plenty of fruits. You don't even need to go anywhere to buy any fruits. There's plenty growing all around us. Sour sap, the Laguana, you got the Otis, you got Star Apple, papaya. You a papaya fan, Bree?
A little.
A little?
Not a whole lot. But
What, pickled or ripe?
pickled. Ripe too, yeah.
Ripe's good.
Mhm,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's good for stomach ache. It's also good to tenderize your meat, guys, but not so long. You know, if you like cook deer kadu and you put a little bit of papaya in there, it makes it tender, but if you leave it in too long, it'll make your meat just fall apart. Like literally fall apart.
Calamansi, right off the plant.
That's it. Sour.
No.
Good. That's 1,000% vitamin C.
Yeah.
Okay, that's our PSA on eat your fruits and veggies, guys. You're welcome. Live long. 6:24.
Okay.
Okay, ready, guys? Jason's ready.
Here we go.
Here's the wind-up and the pitch.
Did you guys
No, we didn't.
this weekend? It was kind of a long weekend, right? We had some time to like downtime in it. Did you guys watch Space Jam: A New Legacy?
Let the hating begin.
Okay, that's a funny thing. I put a tweet out. You actually liked my tweet. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I did.
And I
I
put this-
did. That was a good tweet. Read it out, bro, before you get into your review of the
Okay.
movie.
I'm not hating on that. I actually really
Guys,
enjoyed Space
read
Jam.
this. Jason's going to read this tweet, and you tell me if it sounds like he's hating.
Okay, wait, hang on. Yeah, I gotta go through my.
Yeah, because he tweets every minute. So
No, I'm.
Sounds like somebody else I know.
Okay. Okay, here's my tweet. Okay, got it, Joe, sir? Got it. Okay, here is my tweet
yeah.
that I posted just minutes after I finished watching Space Jam: A New Legacy, starring four-time NBA MVP LeBron James. Right. I just watched a 115-minute infomercial for Warner Brothers, HBO, and TNT that was somehow mistakenly titled Space Jam 2. I'm actually surprised AT&T didn't sign me up for telecom service by the end credits. I haven't seen this much blatant intellectual property flexing
Wow.
since 1994 when Disney trotted out USA Hockey in Anaheim's jerseys during Mighty Ducks 2.
So what
E-
about the movie?
Everybody. Okay, I mean, it was
Basically, it was a big commercial, according to
it
Jason.
was a lot of corporate shilling, and basically it's a
the corporate shilling, the
basically
IP flexing.
It's a
Oh,
marketer's
I tell
wet
ya.
dream, is what it is, right?
I tell you what. Well, they got to keep up with Disney.
Yeah, no, but I mean, they rolled out every single Warner Brothers property they have. I mean, I was just telling Joe, sir, you had, like, at one point, you had Bugs Bunny standing next to Fred Flintstone, standing next to Yogi Bear, standing next to the Nightwalkers from Game of Thrones,
Wow.
and the Dragon, standing next to the Agent from Men in Black, standing next to Trinity from The Matrix,
Is this a cartoon?
and it's okay, but that
Bree,
having been-
Bree. It's Space Jam. It's like Roger Rabbit for 2021.
yeah.
It's like part cartoon, part animation.
I just felt that they were like, okay, we know you're going to stream this for 2 hours, or you're going to go to the theater, and after that we've lost you. Sign up for our service, stream our stuff, like give us your money. That having been said, the movie itself was fantastic.
you wouldn't be able to tell.
Yeah, I told you. It sounds like he's hating.
It was actually really, really good. It was a good. I messaged Brie at least 3 or 4 times this weekend. I was like, and because her son is a avid basketball player, and she'll probably like
Fan.
share that.
He
Yeah.
likes to watch.
You've got a funny story about what Brock did in basketball this weekend, right? But I messaged her 4 times. Bree, tell Brock to watch Space Jam. You want my login? Let me know.
He
I had
probably
my
would.
own Space Jam going on, like
Yeah.
real life.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's
So your
how
boy's
we-
first game was this weekend?
Yeah.
Tell us
it
about
was
that.
So cute. Elite is having their basketball tournament with KFC, and so he's been going to basketball with Elite. So he goes to basketball and he still does jiu-jitsu, but so they have a tournament going on. It started this weekend. It was my first time to actually watch him play because because of COVID, we don't watch the practices, and so.
your son has speed.
so
your son has mercurial speed.
Your son got
played-
tall. I don't know what happened. He came here a couple months ago, and he was okay. And then he came here the other day, and I was like, "Whoa, who's this freaking guy in the office?"
Yeah, so Brock basically shot up like a weed. Mike Villagomez's son, his voice dropped like 8 octaves. Hey,
No,
what's up, Uncle
his
Jason?
voice is dropping too.
It
But he
is, right?
played 2 games. The first game was done, and then I was wondering, why is he staying back for another game?
that's not on the schedule. So I didn't think anything. I was just like, oh, maybe, there's a change or something. So he played 2 games. And then afterwards, he's like, Mom, I thought I was on this team. And I was like, you are. And he was like, but I played. And I go, yeah, maybe it was something wrong. And he goes, no, Mom, no. And I was like, okay, wait a minute. He played 2 games for the wrong team.
Wow.
Yeah, that is your son. It wasn't like the opposing team, was it?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, that's why I had a
One
hard
of the
time
teams
keeping
was
track
he-
of it. I was
he
watching
played
your
for the
Played
Instagram.
team
for the
against-
wrong team.
I was watching
Yeah.
your Instagram and I was like, wait, which one is he? What
Okay,
team
I
is
mean
he
it's
on, huh?
it's one thing, and this has happened a
It
lot in
was cute,
sports, right?
though.
It's
you're-
cute, right?
you
He's
know, if
just
you-
to that age where it's cute, and then next year it'll be like, you're dumb.
No, it's one of those things.
No.
Like,
Next year it's cute.
If you go up for like a defensive rebound and you accidentally like put the ball in the other
Yeah,
team's
yeah,
goal,
yeah.
it's a completely different thing when you suit up.
Yeah, everything
other
was
team.
squared away.
It's all squared away now,
It's
though,
all
Jay.
squared
Yeah.
away.
Thank you.
He knows which team he's supposed to play on, but I was like, what's going on here?
Okay,
And
now
even-
did you
even-
go when you found this out? Did you go traditional Sabrina Karen level?
No, I was just like, hey,
that's good.
what team is he on? Because I need to know for the next day, like what schedule does he follow? And it was like, oh, my bad. I was like, okay.
Oh.
But it was so funny because we were watching some of the video that I shot, and he's like, Mom, I could hear you. I was like, oh, really? And he was like, it doesn't help.
Shut your yapper, Mom.
Oh, shoot. But, that's not going to stop me for cheering
Yeah.
on my son.
So your boy, you sent me some clips of him playing. I mean, he was around. I mean, you can tell he really has the passion for the game, right?
Yeah,
Because he
yeah.
walks around here now. A basketball is basically part of his anatomy at this point.
Yeah, he
And
tried
went
to
over there
cross me up. I went in the. He came to work Friday, and then I went in the office to get coffee, and I was like, "You ready?" I was like, I'm like, what?
Oh, so he posted you because he went
Well,
over.
I'll put a body on you.
No, he did the double crossover move on me, and I was like, dude, he just broke my ankles. I was just standing here, and he's like, well, check this out, Uncle Jason, you can't get with this. You want to be my son?
Well,
I'm gonna make
man,
you my
Jay,
son. You want to be my son? And I was
You
like,
broke.
damn, dude.
He broke your ankle, so unfortunately, you can't get that worked on because it need a specialist. But back to Space Jam, I don't even know if I even want to watch it.
No, you should, and everybody
I
should. It's-
know.
I
And-
just
and
feel
your
like they
kids
take
should.
these old movies and they run them through this like 2021, 2020 blender, and it's not even the same thing anymore.
No, see, that's the thing. It's not.
and
it's-
also, full disclosure, I am not a fan of LeBron. Sorry.
But it's a good
I get it.
wholesome family story. And
It's a
not
wholesome family story.
It's not a shot-for-shot remake of the original movie
Right.
with Michael, right? It's a completely different
I didn't even
story.
like the original Space Jam. Thought it was
Ooh.
dumb. Sorry.
You're not a Michael Jordan fan?
No, of course I'm a Michael Jordan fan.
Okay,
That's
I
like
was
asking if
gonna
you're a Jesus fan. Yeah, I'm a Michael Jordan fan.
No, but see,
But I
there-
just don't like it when people, they go all in. Like, I'm sure Ken Sanity is going to read me today, but this whole, like, LeBron is better than Michael Jordan. Like, come on.
you can make the argument for that. You can.
I'm not trying to make the argument. I'm
No.
just saying it was a different time. Like, the time Michael Jordan came up and the context of what it meant in the world, it's different than it is now. It's just different. You can't really compare it. It's like comparing Babe Ruth and Mark McGuire. You can't. It's a different era. You know
Okay,
what I mean?
Link fam, what do you guys think?
Please don't start this
Which is
LeBron
better? Okay, which is
stuff.
better, Space Jam 1 or Space Jam 2? If you already either streamed or watched it in the theater, and who's better, MJ, his airness, or the King, King James,
Or Bill Lambier.
Bill Lambert? Now what's interesting is they poke a lot of fun at LeBron himself
Yeah.
in this movie, and like he just like takes it. They actually poke fun at the fact that he may not be the GOAT.
Oh, wow.
The CGI was out of this world.
Yeah.
There were a couple times when I laughed. I'm not going to spoil the ending. Ken and I are probably going to get into it on our podcast, and we'll do spoilers in that. But the ending I did not like. But everything about the movie, I was very, very impressed with, and I'm going to watch it again. And I really highly suggest that you do, because Space Jam: A New Legacy is fantastic.
Even though he hated on it on Twitter.
I didn't hate on it. I just
Yeah,
said
That
you
was
did.
straight up
I know.
hating.
I just said I
You
was like,
said
wow,
it was a commercial, 2-hour commercial.
dude. It was a 2-hour commercial, but there's nothing
That's
wrong with
hating.
Yeah, that's hating.
that. Dude,
Unless you like commercials, that's fine.
any self-respecting marketing person would say, I wish I had the resources to pull off what they did.
Oh, their marketing
Dude,
team.
when I
They
watch
have
a
the
movie, I
licensing
don't
and the-
look for like, oh, there's a Pepsi can in the back.
Yeah.
Marketing, I just watch the movie.
No, remember, like product placement. Because Oh, what movie was it? King
I'd
Kong.
hate to go to the movies with Jason.
No, remember King Kong
Can you
versus
imagine
Godzilla?
going to the movies with this guy? Hey, Chris, you see that? That was an AT&T.
Oh, I am.
Oh my God, Chris! Look, it's all the Warner Brothers intellectual property. Oh, Chris is mad IP flexing here.
I am definitely
that,
that
Disney.
guy.
I think the last movie we went to was
Red Dragon.
No, it was Hustlers.
Oh yeah.
Was it
Oh
Hustlers?
God,
Yeah.
I can't imagine watching Hustlers with this guy. Every 5 minutes, like, oh, excuse me, I gotta get up and go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, Bree.
No, and when Brie watched it, Cardi! It's Cardi B! Go, girl!
Okay.
Cardi!
Okay, guys, it's 6:34.
So please, yeah, let us know. MJ or LeBron and Space Jam 1 or Space Jam 2. In my humble opinion, as a sports guy, I'm going to say, based on the criteria, when their careers are over, LeBron is going to be heralded higher than Michael Jordan. And I would actually say, though, that Space Jam 1 is better than Space Jam 2. But Space Jam 2 is really, really good. I would give it 4 stars. And in my world, a 5-star movie would be like Godfather or Jaws.
What?
Or
You're dumb.
or Wizard
You're gonna
of Oz.
put Space Jam
Wow.
2 up there with Godfather?
No,
Get-
I
I can't do this anymore.
no, I didn't say it was
Oh
a
my
5-star. I said it was a 4-star.
Time to
movie.
use that leave.
And there's only been 2 times in my life I've ever cried at a movie.
Can I
right?
borrow some of your leave?
Let me guess. What'd you cry in?
Yeah, guess.
I gotta hear what movie
2
this guy
times
cried in.
only I've ever cried. Right when in 1986 when I went to watch Transformers the movie when Optimus Prime died, I wept like a little girl publicly because I was like, dude.
Not Optimus Prime.
First of all, half of the toys that I own were now dead.
Autobots roll out.
Exactly. And then the other time was 1987, a year later, when the Muppets Take Manhattan.
Oh my! Just when I thought I knew you.
When Miss
Holy
Piggy and
moly.
Kermit got married, dude, that was a moment.
Can we just do news?
I don't know what to do anymore with this guy. It's 6:36. Let's go ahead and do news. Jay, you good? Anything else?
I'm good.
Did you watch it? I watched a good movie this
Oh,
weekend.
what did you watch?
But I didn't. So what I do is I watch a movie when it's bedtime, and then I never get to finish it. So it'll take me like 4 days to watch a movie. But I was watching this one last night. I don't know if you saw this, sir. Gunpowder Milkshake.
Yes.
Dude, you gotta watch that, Bree.
Gunpowder.
It's about a badass woman. She's like a hitman.
Ooh.
Yep. You know I love these hit assassin movies.
I like movies with badass women.
Yeah, so I forget who she is. She's famous, but she plays a hit person. I'm sorry, she plays a hit person.
Oh well, we have a.
She's famous?
We have.
Yeah.
We
Like
have an
Angelina
invite.
Jolie, like.
Who's in Gunpowder Milkshake, sir?
But they're good.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Okay, well, we have an invite. Speaking of movies, from Landon Idlet from the NWS, who's coming on. I think 8:20, I believe. Come watch Night of the Twisters with me and let's laugh.
You guys should make it a bro date.
That's probably a meteorologist's favorite movie.
Twisters.
Twister was a good movie. Remember that? 96.
Okay, I
Set
don't
in
know
Oklahoma.
what it's
Gary
starring,
England. Work with Gary
It's
England.
starring Karen Gillan. I don't know who she is.
Oh, Karen Gillan. She was in Endgame. Remember, she was the wow. What was her name?
Endgame. What's that?
The sister of Gamora. She's Scottish. Avengers Endgame.
Oh, Endgame.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
She was
the
Nebula.
bald one.
She was Nebula.
Bald. Yeah. Okay, got it. Okay, that's why I didn't recognize her.
Yes, me too.
Okay.
She's a beautiful girl.
Okay. It's
Oh,
6:38.
also in Space Jam, right next to all those characters. So again, you got Yogi. You know who's right? Chris, you're an avid reader, right?
Somebody who hated
Pennywise
this
the
movie.
dancing clown.
Let me drink my coffee, Jay.
Dude, you've got Trinity from the Matrix.
Coffee.
Right next
I think
to
you need a shot of
Pennywise.
tequila to get through this.
Pennywise from It, the killer clown, and I was like, wow. But Bria liked it because the Game of Thrones dragons, like, they represented well.
Okay.
All right, guys. Go watch Space Jam.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
I think we're giving away tickets to it on our Breeze Instagram. So check that out, okay, guys?
Wait, did you on the Breeze Instagram or Breeze Instagram?
No, no.
Oh, I was like, wait,
The
we're
Breeze.
giving away stuff on Breeze Instagram? Bree, that's very generous of you.
Yeah, Bree. It's 6:38. Are you done now?
I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend. That's Jason Solis, ladies and gentlemen. You did a podcast.
Where we were actually talking about movies.
Okay.
Yeah, and that drops this week. Ken and I talk about some of the documentaries, some of the horror movies that are coming out, some of the sports movies,
What's it called?
what we're watching. And you know, this week we just covered movies, but we're also going to talk about what's on VOD, what's on iTunes, what's on broadcast, what you can watch like when you're on a plane. So anything that's video, we're going to cover.
Right on. So there you go. Now, that's Jason Solis. You catch that on the KUAM podcast network. Sean Gumatauto comments, and I figured Jason for a crier during Transformers. Good morning from Talafofo KUAM family. Even his suit today was dialed in for Death of an Alien Robot Big Rig.
Well, we're shooting something after this.
It looks like you're shooting Men in Black 4.
Well, speaking of badass women, Bree,
C. Ray Cruz.
Cruz says, Bree, you are a badass woman, girl. Biba Famalawan.
Biba. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and go through
The
our
future
Facebook,
is Famalawan.
our Facebook Live, guys. Angel P. Quintanilla Castro. Good morning, familiar KUAM News. Manana Sidzus. All have a good day and be safe. Who else we got here, Bree?
Sean's busting my chops because I
what are
cried
we
at
talking about?
Transformers the movie.
All right, bro.
We've got public health coming on. We're getting closer and closer to herd immunity.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll talk with them. Landon Idolette from the National Weather Service. Yes, we've got 2,500 more to go to achieve herd immunity. We're
Right
currently
on.
at 78%. Of course, the goal is 80% herd immunity of our adult population.
By
So-
liberation.
right. So
I'm
we're
ready to go
almost
get
there.
it again. Can I just go get the shot again? Does it count? I want to do my part.
Go ahead. Do
You're
you,
just-
boo.
you're just
Do
trying to-
you.
You're just trying to win 10,000
I
again.
just want to win 10,000. And then the big finale giveaway is this Wednesday.
Yes,
Correct,
it is.
right.
So we've got about 48 hours to get 2,500 of our neighbors, our fellow Guamanians, to get vaccinated. We can do this. That's
We can.
achievable.
Yep, we sure can. Bev Test J. Solis, Buenas Familia KUAM from Today's Road. Elizabeth Agagi, good morning. Mama Bear Debbie Davis. Rosemary Laguardia, good morning, team. C. Ray Cruz, Hoffa Malfunction. Where's the empanada? Where's it now? Bring it over. Emma Olalia, good morning with a thumbs up. Ken Paulino, F. Glenn Lujan of the Hoffa Days Up podcast. Good morning, famous person. Who else we got here?
Glenn's up early, too.
He is. Yeah, good morning. It's Monday. Brought to you by Pacific Points, IT&E, Cabo Enterprises, and Jack in the Box. Monday, July 19th episode of The Link. Let's go ahead and get into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Sabrina Solis, Mantanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off today, everybody. There's a controversial ruling out of the district court involving the ongoing Archdiocese of Agana bankruptcy case. The local church filed for bankruptcy following the onslaught of hundreds of sex abuse cases. Chief Judge Francis Tedenko Gatewood has issued a partial judgment on whether Archdiocese schools and parishes should be included as assets to pay off the settlements. The chief judge deemed that the parishes and schools are in fact unincorporated divisions of the Archdiocese of Agana. Out of the legislature today, a public hearing will be held for Bill 70 and Bill 91. Bill 70 proposes giving Guam families a $500 tax credit for the cost of personal protective equipment, commonly referred to as PPEs. The legislation, called the PPE for Guam Act of 2021, goes up for a hearing this morning. Also up for a hearing is Bill 91, which would restrict non-essential hiring and pay raises during the declaration of an island-wide state of emergency. The main sponsor of both bills is Senator Frank Bloss Jr. The hearing gets underway at 8:30 this morning. Also up for a hearing is Bill 153 for the Finance, Design, Construction of DOC, also known as the Department of Corrections Modernization Act of 2021. The bill allows for the construction of a new prison, which will resolve the lack of rehabilitation programs, overcrowding, and personnel issues. According to the main sponsor, Senator Joe San Augustine, Bill 153 aligns with the department's plans to construct a state-of-the-art correctional facility. The bill, together with DOC's plans, ensures that all federal standards, such as the National Prison Standards and Prison Rape Elimination Act, are met by the agency. The hearing starts at 9 o'clock this morning. Governor Lulian Guerrero will be heading to the nation's capital this week, where she'll be meeting with top Biden cabinet officials. First on the list, Interior Secretary Deb Haaland. The governor says they will be discussing numerous issues, including compact impact, funding for the hospital, excess land, and Medicaid. She also plans to meet with the Secretary of Commerce as well as other Biden officials. The governor will also participate in a wreath-laying ceremony at the Guam Pillar of the World War II Memorial. She hopes to make that an annual tradition. The governor will be heading off to D.C. the day after Liberation. With more news now, here is Tyler Matanani.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more. Buenos and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matsunani with your headlines here on The Link. 27-year-old accused murderer John Richard Bass III will undergo a psychiatric evaluation on July 20th after pleading not guilty by reason of mental illness. Bass is accused of stabbing his former girlfriend to death, 39-year-old Virginia Rose Pareto Laguarnia, and injuring a 19-year-old woman during an incident on June 7th at the Hotel Mayana in Tamuning. Attorney William Jones has been assigned to the case. A status hearing has been scheduled for July 23rd. A trial date has been set for Juan Mendiola. He is accused of the fatal shooting of Peter Rios in Mengmeng in May of 2020. He was indicted for murder as a first-degree felony and aggravated assault. He pled not guilty to the charges and waived his rights to a speedy trial. During his hearing, presiding Judge Alberto Lamarena set trial for August 23rd. The testimony was passionate Friday on a bill and a pair of resolutions that revisit the emotional war claims issue. The measures seek to open a new round of reparations applications and remove any deadlines for filing claims. Nestor Lecanto has more.
Discussion of the brutal World War II Japanese occupation of Guam frequently evokes strong emotions. The memories of those dark days passed down to other generations hasn't dimmed the passion. Lillian Terrell is the daughter of Barcelisa Camacho Espinosa, who was a young teen from the San Ramon district of Hagåtña during the war. And while Barcelisa joined many others in seeking redress over the years, she died before ever receiving compensation.
The one that I was really upset was when I went down there. They told me my mom never filed. Well, that's not her fault. I really want my mom to be heard because her story and her family stories, they saw men's heads cut off, my Auntie Maria. My mom was ran after by a young man with no arms trying to kill them on the road up to San Ramon. It's very sad that a lot of the people that suffered were not given their, they waited long, I'm pretty sure.
Ralph Rivera is the son of Angustia Tainatongo Rivera, another war survivor who also has since passed on.
I cannot fathom the atrocities and the fear that they all went through. I hope the rhetoric matches the action. And I apologize as I'm coming off a bit passionate here, but folks, we have one job to do. 3,650 days is how many days it's been since my mom got promoted to heaven. We failed her. We did. Us. And everyone else that's not here today that were survivors of the war. How dare we? How dare we wait this long?
The bill introduced by Vice Speaker Tina Barnes asked Congress to open a new round of war claims. The resolutions, one by Barnes and the other by Senator Talina Nelson, asked the president to remove any future reparation filing deadlines. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
It was a landing site for the Marines during World War II, the start of the recapture of Guam from occupying Japanese forces. Friday, just off the sandy shores of Asan Beach, wreaths were laid at a flagpole, the landing monument for that historical turning point in Guam's history. Veterans, war survivors, and island leaders, including the consul generals of Philippines and Japan, gathered to remember those who suffered and sacrificed in the days leading up to Guam's liberation. In her remarks, Governor Lou Leon Guerrero expressed her appreciation to those who served and contributed to the freedom, peace, and values we have today.
So I just want to say to everyone, thank you. And no matter what people say, we are a strong group of people because we are a Chamorro. We are Chamorros, and we always say, contra y peligro tafanatsu. Against all perils, we rise. Si Diyos masi.
Also taking place on Friday was a memorial mass for the victims of the Tinta Faja massacre in Malesu. Another World War II memorial for the Fina Cave massacre is scheduled for this morning. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The 19th. Again, as of Friday, there have been a total of 8,477 officially reported cases of COVID, with 142 deaths. 111 cases are active, and 8,224 people have recovered. Of the active cases, 4 people are currently hospitalized with the virus, with 1 person receiving ICU level of care. The CAR score is 0.7. Also, according to the JIC, 93,404, or 77.8% of adults as of Friday, have had vaccinations completed for COVID-19. The governor is considering a return to pandemic condition of readiness 4 or full normal operations on Liberation Day, which is the targeted goal to reach 80% adult herd immunity. Should we return to PCOR 4, a mask mandate could still be in place. The governor adds that even if we are a few percentage points short of the 80% target, she won't delay a pronouncement any further. The Guam Environmental Protection Agency is finally cleaning up what the Guam Department of Agriculture installed 50 years ago. Tyler Matsanani brings us more on the Cocos Lagoon Tire Reef project in the village of Marito.
An artificial reef composed of junk tires was constructed in the 70s by the Department of Agriculture. The idea behind the installation was to increase the fish stock in the Cocos Lagoon area, as well as give a foundation for coral to thrive. But after a few years of assessment and monitoring, scientists discovered the intent wasn't being met. In 2018, Guam EPA's Environmental Monitoring and Analytics Service Program decided to go after a competitive grant offered through the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association Marine Debris Removal Program. Guam EPA's Nick Lee.
The grant was awarded in 2019 for about $250,000. And all of that funding will be used towards the removal and disposal of the tires in the reef.
An estimate of about 2,500 tires make up the reef. And not only was the man-made barrier ineffective, but it brought more stress. According to Lee, there is some cause for concern in strong tidal events that the tires could become dislodged, displaced, and damage other coral reef structures in the lagoon.
There's also concern about chemicals leaching from the tires being out there that long. So we have this great opportunity to work with NOAA to get funding to get this thing out of there.
In the first few days of action, contractors staged their equipment and installed barriers to control sediment so that other aquatic wildlife in the area remains undisturbed.
So far, there have been 3 or 4 loads of tires that have come out. The tires are taken to the contractor's facility in Agate, where they're processed before they're transported to for final disposal with Guahan Waste Control. We could see this for several more days, depending on the conditions down there and whatever obstacles that the contractor runs into while they're in the water.
As for the future long-term solution, Lee says they haven't approached that topic yet, but we can count on the leadership to look at a better alternative, rather than dumping discarded tires out in our waters.
The ocean should not serve as a dumping ground for your waste, and neither should the jungles for that matter.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matsanani.
Thanks, Tyler. With your news in Chamorro, here is Kin Concepcion.
Buenas tardes to get soon to be tuned sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Gibenes may report ni Joint Information Center na 4 mas man mates positibo para COVID-19. Inuebo na kausa siya sa madiskubre entre 290 no man mates gi Huwebes, dia 19 gi Hulyo. Esta hulo gimapos na benes patodo na kausang COVID gi Islata sa 8,467, 142 man pinino, 111 na kausa sa manggagi gi active na isolation, 8,224 sa manay gi active isolation. Gi-active na kausa siya 4 man maspitat sa 1 sa gagi gi ICU. I-CAR na grado para Guahan sa 0.7. Segundo Joint Information Center, 93,404, pa 77.81% na adult siya sa kabalis minakunan niya para COVID-19. Asunto ginikoti para uma psychiatric evaluation sa Richard Bass III, 27 anos na edad, gidia 20 Hulyo. Pero matsogi este después niya plead na guilty si Bass sa mental illness. Matsogi si Bass na puno sa Messi igininobian niya Virginia Rose Peredo Laguania, 39 anos na edad. Janun 19 anos na Palawan, Gimayana Hotel gizatamuning gidya 7 Hunyo. Mapunta si William Jones para ikausaw na si Bass, pero gwa status hearing gidya 23 Hulyo. Mas ginikoti, pero mapreso para 4 anos na tempo si Sebastian Taman, 31 anos na edad. Gikontinua sa Alberto Damarena, magamento'y prosecution para masanako na sentensya no 6 anos na tempo no ma-ofrece gi plea agreement. Gimatsa na mesa ni makumbikta si Taman por 2 kwenta na manyakin cosas, no mina 3 grado na felony, zan 3 kwenta na forgery, no mina 3 grado na felony, por sakit 2 na tenda, zan cash check siya gini business siya ginigi isla. Segundo prosecuting attorney Roland Wimberly, ilang na sen seryoso esti sinaking cosas sa tiadegrudya e business siya lo ada lokwi e gasto para komunidad pior pago na tempo ni mana kekekahulo ekonomiya sa puri COVID-19. Talog nikoti si Craig Allen Goldsmith, 41 anos na edad, sa fafanat lamigay na inatake ginindot na kinanta DC, uno sa put rape. Ano gidokumento ni Kote na ibiktima report gay polisiya na Agosto 2019 na sakan inatakan bus ni Gui as Goldsmith. Ilang niya na mamaygo Gui gi couch. Gidya 22 Agosto 2019 na sakan. Gilas 4 gizatang maazad sa mga Gui anay sige si Goldsmith pinatsa Gui pisa tutunin na takin bus ni Gizagwiza. Gui na kausa sa fafana si Goldsmith 2 kwenta na 3 grado na criminal sexual conduct ni 2 grado na felony jan 3 na kwentan mina 4 grado na criminal sexual conduct no misdemeanor. Gifibero pag nasakan, otro na biktima ha report gi Domestic Assault Response Team gi GPD na nataka gwi as Goldsmith. Siganay dokumento ni Kote gi dia 8 Gifibero, imagumento biktima dyan si Goldsmith, da binatsa da gwi gi sininanya, da sige pinaniti gwi. Ilingan na ninikot gwi pasin na masaw gwi, no isitsenya po no dingoy gima para oras na tempo siya. Gwi na sa nasedi apapanay na sakin impetun familia, manyukod dyan manispanta, mina 3 grado na felony siya dyan manataka impetun familia, dyan iprobido managam, dyan mansusteni otro tao no todo misdemeanor na kinaranta DC. Yutumugin ni KUM News para pago na Lunes, semana selebrasyon 67 anos desde na libre guahan gin ni Japanese. Guhabyo ni tinigi Senadora Telo Tairogui, no ilangan na siyempre na zano na bali mas eleksyon para member ni board para Guam Visitors Bureau. Managwahay ningok publiko para estinabyo. Niya diroga zana na suwa matutiw na dinreson man bota, no sangan si Tairogui na sen mapod kumutim posibli para mandikiki na business siya pero fang mataot sa gwihi na board. Gimanagay dar elemento gwi sa sinya mafahan para un membro gi GVB para un $100 pesos. Zagyado siyempre resibi uno na boto para i-board. Hakikisangan si Tairugi na sa di siyempre manangkulo na kompanya sa sinya mafahan ni Taimano minanehan ni Baloto para i-4 ni man mailihi ni membro ni board. Ilang chairman ni GVB si Milton Morinaga gitestimonyo na kumadyon tensyon na ibiyo sa para maatisay paternidad para representa ni mandikiki na business siya pues David legislatura o mapasay lai lumas ni man maapunta para membro ni board no panginin na si mandikiki na business siya. Ilay pao ko sa gobyerno mapupunta 5 na membro sa legislatura sa maaazig 3 8 po todo gi 12 na membro ni board. Para Guam News Network, Guam Sikin Conception. Yasunto yung finut sa muro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Get through the work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 15 people. For a chance to win, all you have to do is 1. Register as a user on the Uno Go app or website. Existing registered users may be entered as well. 2. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. And 3. Send us a message with your name, contact email, and phone number, your office, and its location. We'll draw a winner every Friday on The Link on Breeze 93.9. 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11 and streaming on Facebook Live, and coordinate the day of your choice for lunch to be delivered the following week. We'll also feature your office celebration on KUAM News every Friday. Put smiles on your co-workers' faces and enter today. Open to Guam residents only. Conditions apply. See the Uno Go Guam Facebook page for details. Thanks to our participating restaurants, Beach and Shrimp, Lone Star, Jamaican Grill, Ajisen, Sing's Cafe, Pika's, and the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort.
This week's Office Party giveaway is from Jamaican Grill. Enter today to win. We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com. Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talafofon and Inilahan for Haanan Minagov, a great day to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Latte, Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food that Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyofthelatte.com. Haanan Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Latte, Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenburg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all-inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find and act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC. Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
I decided to get vaccinated because I knew that it was the only way to keep myself, my family, friends, and everyone safe. And it was also my way of contributing to the fight against COVID-19. And I also encourage everyone out there, and especially those in the FSM communities here on Guam, to do your part and get vaccinated. My name is Victorious Flan, and I am a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
I need a girl that will understand. I need a girl to walk with in the sand. Oh, sing na 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 na. 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 I need a girl that will understand. I need a girl to walk with in the sand. I need a girl that will love and cherish forever and ever. I need a girl that will understand. I need a girl to walk with in the sand. I need a girl that will love and cherish forever and ever. Searching for special woman, yeah. Woman that will understand. So I am. So if you're there, listen me loud and clear. 'Cause girl, you might be the
Hey, good morning. Welcome back to the Link. Good morning, Jay.
I forgot to mention something, and this isn't some weird Space
Wait,
Jam.
there's something you forgot to mention?
Yeah.
Oh, we heard it all.
Okay, this weekend, of course, we've been reporting that the was Operation Forager.
Yep.
Or military exercise Forager.
There's a few. There's also Pacific Iron, so no fair wrinkles.
Yeah, so Forager itself has 4,000 military personnel participating. Right? This past weekend, I saw U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopters flying over around the NCS area. I've never actually seen a Black Hawk in real life, but it was just cool. I was like, wow, dude, I think that's a Black Hawk. It was super cool.
How awesome.
Right on, Jay.
No, because growing up on Guam, particularly
Did
in
you
Jigo,
wave?
Huh?
Did you do the wave?
No, it was just like, hey.
You did.
You did. No, he didn't wave.
Oh, say, hey, thank you for your service. but-
This guy was over there like this. Guys, it's a Black Hawk.
No, but growing up on Guam, particularly in Jigo, and remember when Anderson used to have the open houses?
Yeah.
You go up there and we've seen B-52s, and more recently there's like the B-2s and everything like that, and we're familiar with that.
B2?
Yeah, yeah.
B2? Bingo!
But I've never actually, and we've got the Navy on Guam obviously, and they've got the Seahawks, but I've never actually seen a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter. So that was, I checked off a little box on my bucket list.
Way to go. Good for you, Jay.
Yeah.
Glad you're still working on that bucket
This
list.
is so much better than having a girlfriend.
Oh, boy.
All right. Let's go into the
Nick
Zoom
does
room.
not agree.
Nick Lee. I don't know if you saw any Blackhawks over the weekend.
A couple.
A couple. All right. It's 7:10. Nick Lee of Guam EPA. Well, it's hard to segue out of a Jason Solis.
Simple pleasures, man.
Ooh. Yeah, but there is a training, guys, so you're going to see increased activity. Okay, like I saw a Osprey. Is it an Osprey? The one that it has like the propellers, but then
That they rotate.
They can go up.
Yeah,
then
vertical takeoff and landing.
Yeah, I saw it in EPAN. It was flying really low, and we're like, oh my god, that's an Osprey.
Ospreys are cool.
Yeah.
Those are basically what replaced the Harrier jump jets for the Marine Corps.
All right, thanks. 7:10. Nick Lee, Guam EPA. Good morning, Nick.
Hey, good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
It's morning time.
Yeah, it is. It's Monday. Nick's been pulling a shift over there at the Homeland. What is it? EOC?
Yeah, it stands for Emergency Operations Center.
Right. So he's been on shift since midnight, guys. So if he's kind of a little dragging, it's because he's been already 8 hours. But that's not going to be the end of your day, right?
That's correct. Well, the end of the day is when we get the JIC release out, and that will be the end of the day.
And not a minute sooner. All right. So we brought you on not because you're part of the exciting EOC, but for your Guam EPA hat, as we saw a bunch of pics over the weekend that last week you guys did the whole Cocos Tire Reef cleanup.
That is still ongoing. As of Saturday afternoon, our contractor reports that just over 900 tires have been removed from that artificial reef down in the Cocos Lagoon area. Some of the things that they've reported out is as they get deeper into the sand substrate, the tires are getting more difficult to pull out. So I think they had good progress in the first few days, maybe averaging 200 to 300 tires per day. Saturday, I think they were able to clear out 137 based on their report for Saturday. So progress is going to continue on that. The tires do get sent to the Unitech Environmental Compound where they get processed before getting transported to Mr. Rubbishman. Mr. Rubbishman then takes those tires and puts them in the tire shredder, and these things get sent off island for final disposal.
It's just interesting when you say Unitech, given all the recent events that have happened with that company.
It's public information that Unitech did get the notice to proceed, and we're happy to be working with them.
Nick, this whole thing is it's kind of for me one of those weird, like, God, we really used to do this. Almost
Yes,
like
and believe it or-
like when you
Chris,
watch an
believe
old
it or not,
movie, Nick. When you watch an old movie and they're like going to the doctor and the doctor's like smoking a cigarette in the patient room. This is almost one of those things. Like, did we actually think it was a good idea to dump tires in Cocos Lagoon to
Chris,
create artificial reef?
Guam wasn't alone in this. In the 70s, there was an area in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. They've got 2 million tires in their area, and I think that was a joint venture between their municipal council and it might have been even the Army Corps of Engineers to greenlight that project. So recent reports are saying that it's going to cost around $28 million for them to clean up their tire reef. We're hoping that the grant money that we received from the competitive grant through NOAA's Marine Debris Program is going to take care of all of that. That was a $250,000 award that we received. We approximate about 2,500 tires, and we're hoping that this project goes on smooth. Obviously, this is something that we've been talking about. We've had some setbacks, obviously with the pandemic. We're glad that the divers are in the water taking care of this now. But at the time, that was considered cutting edge technology, that you were going to repurpose these tires and in the hopes that it was going to increase fish stocks or allow coral growth to thrive. And after a few years of monitoring, scientists figured that, hey, it's not working, and these tires now pose the threat when they become dislodged or if chemicals start leaching out of them over time. So it's good. The mindset has changed. Obviously, a lot of progress since the 70s. And something that I mentioned to Tyler earlier was that the ocean is not meant to be a dumping ground, and that's the central message that we want to put out there. Much like the jungles, people, not a dumping ground either. Yeah.
Can you kind of explain the whole process and how these tires are being removed? Is it divers that are going in there and physically unearthing these tires?
Yes, this is being done by hand.
Wow.
There is a salvage dive company that was subcontracted by the main awardee. They are pulling them out one by one, piece by piece. Part of that process is required so that in case there is coral growth in that area, they know to call us so that we can do something about it. We're trying to clean up the marine environment, but the last thing we want to do is go down there and make things worse. So the idea is just remove it carefully. It's a painstaking process, but these guys they're committed. I even heard that the floating barge that they use to stage the tires before they're brought in also houses their equipment. And there is some guy out that sleeps in the middle of Cocos Lagoon, or maybe not sleeps, but he's there to guard all of the equipment. So even being that far off ashore, so they're pretty committed to it. They inform us of their progress every step of the way, and so we are just hoping that they continue, get things done so we could wrap this up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, you said 900, so they're almost halfway through, right? So
Just about halfway,
right?
yes.
And you
Or, I
said
mean,
that
just under.
you said something about they are experiencing some difficulties. What did you mean by that?
So as they get deeper into the pile, the tires are buried, so they've got to be careful in how they remove them. You now have to create a visibility issue down there. We don't want we don't want to cause too much turbidity down there. So there's a lot of factors that they have to consider as they remove those tires.
I haven't heard the word turbidity since back in the, remember that when Guam Waterworks Ugam treatment plant would get shut down every time it rained, and they'd be like high levels of turbidity. That's one of those words that like people on Guam like, what the hell is turbidity? You had to Google it. This is before they had Google though, so you had to ask somebody who went to the library, and it's basically like, go ahead, Jay.
Okay.
Remember that? Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a word that everybody. It's like high pressure system out here and everything.
Right. Yeah. It's
There's
just a weird word that people on Guam know what it means for
Yeah.
some weird reason.
Yeah, Nick, I wanted to ask because obviously this isn't just a project that you guys took up last week. You guys have been planning to do this the right way and obviously in an environmentally safe process for a long time. But for those people that might be thinking right now, and we've got some images and video of the tires being removed, and they've got seaweed on them or moss and everything like that. For the benefit of people that are worried about these tires being removed and if they're displacing any of the sea life down there. Or,
What about the Balati, right?
Yeah, like any habitats that might be like disrupted down there. Like you guys are completely on top of like making sure that the tires are being removed in a safe way, but
Yeah.
also you're not disrupting anything down there, right?
Yes, correct. That's a good point, Jason. I hear there was a moray eel in one of the tires that got pulled up
nice.
on the barge.
Surprise!
Yeah, so yeah, that was a surprise. But the reason why these tires are being processed at the facility before they're taken for disposal is the tire shredder has to cut them down to a certain size. We want to make sure that the equipment that Mr. Rubbishman is using is not going to be jeopardized based on seawater or anything else that's grown in or outside these tires. So there is a monitoring process that is taking place as the tires are being removed. I do also want to mention that prior to the start of the project, our environmental monitoring team went out with probably some Fish and Wildlife and UOG divers to do some coral transplant as well. So there was some prep work that was done down there so that when we were ready, to mobilize our contractor, there would be little to no disturbance in the marine environment. So great point, Jason.
Yeah.
That's
good, Jake.
No, I was just about to ask that, Nick, because Chris was talking about the turbidity in terms that we're familiar with just growing up on Guam and knowing our environment, and everyone that lives here knows that they said that if there's any type of coral down there, for every centimeter of coral that gets broken or displaced and everything, it takes 4 years for that coral to grow back and everything like that. So that's actually pretty cool about the coral being left alone and actually some coral being put down there.
Yep. So there's a lot of eels down there in Molessa, Nick.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
Yeah. How many Balati have been displaced by the removal of this tire reef?
I think they're pretty sensitive about that. So not a whole lot. Yeah, I'm gonna guess 0. Yeah.
Okay.
They'll be fine without the tire reef.
All right,
Chris always speaks for the Balati. He's.
I just want to make sure they're someone standing up for them.
Advocating for the Balati.
You know what I mean? Hey, Balati Bob wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah. Chris is basically the Lorax for the Balati, right?
Is Sabrina still here?
I'm here.
Yes, she's here. All right, Nick. So this is a big project, but I was wondering, there's going to be fireworks from down there at Molessa on Liberation. Is this going to kind of pause or interfere in any way with the project that you guys have ongoing?
We don't anticipate any issues with the fireworks and the area, the staging site. There's no issues being anticipated at all.
Right.
Can we shift to the Island-wide Beautification Task Force? I think there was a cleanup over the weekend. Guam EPA, I believe, participated in that. How did
so there was a 30 cubic yard of a bin set up on our parking lot at our admin building. So Guam EPA, along with our summer youth employees, were in charge of sorting. So the idea was that all the waste that was picked up around the walkways would be brought over there. So we were able to get cans, plastic bottles, anything that could be recycled would go into that bin. I think we nearly filled it up. There were some large items that were being pulled out of the Teason area. So we were able to nearly take advantage of that full 30 cubic yard capacity. So a lot of hard work went into that. We're appreciative for the the support of our administrator and our staff, as well as the summer youth employees who took their time that Saturday.
Do you know anything about the agenda for tomorrow? Because I'm just looking at it. There is a meeting tomorrow. There's going to be a presentation on illegal dumps and derelict buildings.
No, but I could find out from my administrator or my deputy. They're normally the ones that are attending those meetings. So I could shoot you a message after this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Nick?
Nick, are you guys involved at all with that RECA, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act with PARS and Robert Celestial?
I'm not tracking that. I know at one point they were thinking about doing some monitoring with the radiation out of Fukushima after the earthquake, but I need to see if anything has taken place beyond that discussion with our involvement. But that's something I will follow up with and get back to you as well, Chris.
Appreciate that so much, Nick. Bree, anything else?
No.
All right. Well, Nick, we appreciate you coming on here and enjoy the last 30 minutes of your shift.
Right on, guys. Take care.
Is there
Talk to
anything
you
that
soon.
happened overnight that we need to know about from like a homeland angle?
I'm sorry?
Did anything happen, from a homeland angle while you're on shift that we need to know about?
No. EOC continues to support the pandemic response.
Right.
Nothing significant to report out this morning.
Will you guys be standing down if the governor declares P-Corps 4?
That I don't know if we will. That what I can tell you is the JIC along with the EOC gets stood up during declared states of emergency. That's the only time that you see us stood up. So I guess it would largely depend on if that emergency deck is going to be extended. Yeah.
All right.
And JIC and EOC will probably. It's likely that as we move into recovery, there'll still be some involvement, but it's really tough to tell at this point. Yeah.
Nick, do you have any of the census for the quarantine facilities?
Let me check our ESF 16 guy, and I can get you that information.
Oh, right on. Yeah, if you could just text that over after you check the ESF 16 guy on the emergency deck.
Yeah, give us a 411.
Give us a 411 from the EOC there. The
with the
JIC.
QFAC situation.
Yeah, sure.
Sit rep.
Thanks, Chris.
Do we sound cool now? Now do you want to be our friend?
Yeah. You got. I'm sorry.
No, don't say we're friends, Nick. I don't want to get in trouble.
Oh, yeah.
I don't even know this guy.
What is it with friends like you, Chris? Who needs enemies, right?
Well, I guess we'll end there, Nick.
Well done.
Thank you, my friend. I mean, my not friend.
I'll get you guys that information.
Okay.
You guys have a good
Right
evening,
on.
good morning.
Okay. See ya. Yep. Totally getting in trouble.
Totally.
Totally. Did you actually say you were going to get them that information? Yeah, they're still a JIC. Good job. Hey, let's give those guys a hand, man.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that guy's been sitting here since midnight? Probably nothing going on. He probably watched Space Jam like 4 times. Oh, man. Pardon us while we wipe, guys. Yep.
You really need to rephrase that.
While we wipe with our eucalyptus.
Hey, you know what? Wipes
love
up,
this
guys.
stuff.
This is good, Jay. Can you show that? They don't even sell this on Guam, right?
Yeah, we order it. I actually got recommended this from my mom. Started buying these. Dr. Bright.
Well, you know what? Tell your mom I said thank you. Tell your
Sabrina
mom I
fell in
said
love
thank
with
you.
these. Joser fell in love with
These are really good.
Yeah.
Because they're eucalyptus, but you can still smell the alcohol.
No, it's eucalyptus and peppermint.
Yeah. Is there alcohol in there, though?
Oh, yeah.
Are they antibacterial?
Oh, yeah.
Are you sure? You have to check, Jay.
70%?
It's antimicrobial.
Yeah.
What is that? So I'm not going to have indigestion? Oh, we had a comment here, guys. Listen to this comment.
Oh, this one's good.
Okay, Bree. As
Yeah.
of 5 a.m., we have 28 packs in the quarantine facility. Thank you, Nick.
28?
28 people in the Deucet. Is it the Deucet? Wow.
It's Outrigger Dusit.
Outrigger
or
Dusit.
Outrigger something.
28 people. And they got a whole hotel that we're paying for.
Got
2 whole hotels. Did they
Well,
ever
if you
get,
don't count
what
the
about the
ice-
Bayview?
Yeah, that's the isolation facility. So
Right.
we have the isolation facility, and then we have the Outrigger, and then the Dusit is the backup. And then you still pay for rooms that are
Nick,
not being used.
I know you're listening. If you can you send us the census for the Bayview, which is the isolation facility? There's probably like half a person in there.
You know, he would send it to you if he was your friend.
He would, you're right. Why don't you
Okay.
ask him?
Oh no, Jenna was saying that they had redone the numbers in terms of how much they're charging for the unoccupied rooms.
Right.
That's Jenna Gamindi over at Civil Defense.
That's
Jenna
right,
Gamindi
yeah.
Bloss.
The Bloss, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, were you referencing this? Okay, Mayor Jesse Alec.
Yes, he
is
is.
here, the president of the Mayor's Council.
He sure is.
Mayor, you missed it, but Chris was saying earlier before, you know, now that they're removing the tire reef from down in Molesso, Chris was asking, what about the Bolati?
Nobody
Can
asked
someone
that.
please speak for the
Yeah.
Bolati? So
no
Chris,
one asked that. How do the Bellotti feel about it?
So C. Ray Cruz in Facebook says, guys, there are also real people in real life with real needs that we can advocate for with a heart emoji. Very, very good point, and that's what the show's all about. We're here to help.
But we also stick up for the little guys, and that includes the Bellotti.
And the little Bolati.
Yep.
Even if you step on it and it...
That's the
goes
first
all-
time I shaved my head, guys. I was 11 years old, and me and my cousins were playing down at the Molesso Pier. We used to always do WWF, and they headlocked me, and they squeezed out the Bellotti as all that white gummy stuff inside.
Basically, it's inner.
Squeezed it out into my hair.
Oh.
Yep, my grandma was because that was my grandma's favorite. She was so pissed off. They got it so good. Yep. Aha,
Don't
what did you
squeeze
get?
the Bellotti.
Don't squeeze a Bellotti unless you're ready for what's going to come out.
I've got many horror stories of Bolati when I was at what used to be the Somersault Day Camp over at Ipaw Beach.
Bellotti Talk. This is our new podcast.
By Terry, remember our friend Terry Knapp? She used to run a Somersault Day Camp and everything, and we would go there, and it's like, oh, that's cool. And then kids would walk by, and they got all white stuff all over their feet. And
Right on. But we had a comment here, Mayor, since we got you in the room, from Linda D. Guerrero. This kind of got me a little emotional here. Half a day. May I ask here as to where do I pick up the registration application for the RISE Act? I already have my mayor's verification. A much needed help is needed. Since I didn't get second and third stimulus check, I'm not rich or a beggar, but trying to figure out ways to stay positive and be patient until help arrives. I don't know if the pun was intended there. I'm a normal local Chamorro Islander living every day paycheck to paycheck and thankful to be in remission. Hope you have a beautiful Monday. And that's what it's kind of come down to, is our people feeling like they have to beg for this money that should have been rightfully theirs since January when the law was passed in December. But unfortunately, Linda, thank you for listening here. Unfortunately, the All Rise application is not ready at this time. And according to Daphne, I think she said,
they're working on a structure and how they're
yeah,
going to do
I think
it.
she said by the end of the month.
Yeah.
I think she said as early as 2 weeks possibly.
Yeah, it would have been great if they were like paid it out on Liberation. God, what a slam dunk that would have been, huh? Herd immunity, P-Core 4, and here's your Rise Act check. Dang.
Also, July 16th, right? Wasn't that the
That was the deadline for the public comment period. Yeah, but then
for
they
the
have
interim final
guidance for
from
the
US
American
Treasury,
Rescue
yeah.
Plan. Yeah, but we still haven't seen the plan yet. I'm sure it's
Mhm.
coming. You know.
Yeah, I know that Isaiah, when he spoke with the governor last week at one of the memorial ceremonies, he did ask for an update on the ARPA plan, and she did say that the draft was pretty much done for the investment plan, and so hopefully any day now it should be coming out.
Right, and this has been a long, it's been so long, I think people quit caring about it. But we had the senators, they were on top of it. They came out with their spending plan. They met with the governor. Right after that meeting, I was lucky enough to interview the governor, and she had basically said, hey, yeah, this is a nice list, but at the end of the day, they know that I call the shots around here. I'm paraphrasing. It's much easier. Yeah, and so they never really heard anything from her after that, which I feel is unfortunate, because at the time of that meeting, there was a lot of sentiment among the people of Guam that, wow, this is really cool that the senators and the governor are going to work together to figure out a way forward for the island with the $600 million. And we haven't heard anything, these agencies, when they go before the senators, like some of them won't even tell the senators how much money they're getting from the ARP. So there's this whole like secret conversation. Secret is the right word, actually. It's a secret conversation between these agency heads and the governor, and they're like getting what they want to get from the governor, and then they're going to the senators and acting like they're broke. But some of them are saying what they're getting when they come here on the link. So if you senators got some spare time, maybe a staffer, have them go through the link, because we always ask these directors when they come on, hey, how much did you ask for? And there was only one person who didn't want to say, or there's a couple. One of them was, I want to say it was Ray. Was it Ray Tapastia?
Oh, yeah. Ray, he said that.
Yeah, but see, the thing about working with Sabrina Salas Mantanani, she knows her ish. So she asked him straight up last week, hey, how much did you ask the governor for? And he was like, oh, I'm not really at liberty to discuss, but, we did ask for these projects. And then Sabrina was like, oh, really? How much were those projects? And he was like, oh, those projects were like $4 million for this, $4 million for that, $5 million for that. And meanwhile, Sabrina's over there with her pen writing down. And then she's like, oh, so you asked for X amount of millions. He's like, wait a minute, who told you? You did. So, yeah. Mayor, watch your back around Sabrina. She's pretty slick with the questions.
I know. That's why I'm always happy when she's smiling at me.
All right.
Neither of you are my friends, by the way.
Yeah, not at all in any way. Well, Mayor, I guess we could kind of start with the stray dog roundup, because I've been seeing a lot of activity at that TGen site of that video.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the good news is that agriculture really is taking the lead on all this. Thank God, because that is really their responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
So we're standing back and supporting agriculture with whatever they need, and that means trucks, transfer cages, and those types of things. But really, it's a project now that's spearheaded by agriculture and game, and so. I'm not sure over the weekend how many dogs they were able to trap, but I know that the plan still remains the same, that they want to relocate the dogs to GAIN, to the shelter. And, so GAIN is actively working on making sure that there's enough or ample space at the shelter for those dogs. And so what that really means is that for those of us in the village, I know that Isaiah he calls me all the time about the roundup, and the thing is, with the roundup, the program is not out in full force, simply because we need to ensure that there's enough room at GAIN. So we're kind of holding back on rounding up any other dogs from the villages. Now, of course, other than the ones that are truly aggressive and that maybe have bit a person or a resident, then we certainly take those in right away. So that's the kind of the process that we're going through at the moment. And we did have a discussion that we wanted to work with whatever organizations out there that wanted to help, or that had any idea as to how they were going to resolve the issue, knowing that, this is all part of a big plan, and that there's not just one solution. And I just sound like a broken record, but that's just kind of what it is. And so I'm just glad that we're able to finally work with other organizations that are willing to, to assist in the project. And so again, it may not appease everyone, and not everyone will get what they want, but we're going to do it. We're certainly working to do it the best way possible for the animals and for us.
Mayor,
that's how that's.
Thank you. We had a comment here. Mayor, are the white goods supposedly currently being picked up, or is there some kind of delay? I'm asking because there's a so-called waiting list, and we haven't heard anything about being scheduled for the contractor to pick up our white goods. This is coming from Chalampago.
So it's active. All the abandoned vehicles, the white goods, electronics, green waste, all the recyclables are still, the program is still ongoing. And you'll just need to get on a list at your mayor's office, because what our issues are is the vendors, the amount of vendors that can accept these items, and then the transport. So it is being done. We're just, it's kind of one day at a time, and but it is getting done. And so just sign up with your mayor's office. If the mayor says that you're not, they're out of money. They're out of money temporarily, but they will, they'll receive an increase. Just need to request that increase from our main office, and certainly I'll see that as well. And as far as I know, all the offices are still equipped to pick up those white goods and recyclables. I know there's a delay in some villages for sure, and I hear it all the time. But just follow up with your mayor's office. I don't mind a call at my office as well. I've received many calls, so I don't mind helping out, and that's why we're here.
Mayor, I know you probably know I'm going to ask this because people have been waiting, especially Mayor's Council of Guam employees. What is the very latest on the COVID pay?
The very latest is that DOA acknowledges they're going to pay us, and that our documents are in. And unfortunately, that's the latest. There's still no money in the employees' hands. Of course, there's always an estimated time, but I never like to say it, and unless I know that the staff has already received it, because it's the beautiful world of the government of Guam. So we'll just kind of have to, we followed up, and thanks to my not friends at KUAM, they, been able to speak to us, and I know they've talked to Angel many times as well. Angel's been following up for us, and we tried to get different voices in there, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So,
what does the governor think, though,
than Chris
Mayor?
Barnett.
Yeah, don't put my voice on there. You can never get anything.
Yeah.
But what about
So
the
go
gov?
ahead.
Has the gov said anything about this? Because this was her baby. She instituted this COVID differential pay.
And that's the thing. Since the beginning, since January, since I became president, the governor was always supportive of paying the employees their COVID pay. And so we've always been, assured that it was get paid. And I know months ago, maybe February, I'm sure it was Sabrina that asked, and I kind of just said, well, you know what, we treat this like if it was a storm, like a typhoon, where our staff don't get paid until a month or two later, right? But 6 months later is a different story, right? So again, thanks to your advocacy, at least DOA has acknowledged that they have our documents and that they are in order. Whatever mechanics is going on at DOA, money or no money, we're not really told about that. We just know that it will get paid. Of course, the light at the end of the tunnel seems brighter, and it looks like it's going to be sooner. But like I said, I don't like to say when, because I don't want to get the employees' hopes up, because as coworkers, they deserve this pay. At the same time, they don't deserve to be told something and then not given. And
Yeah.
I don't want to say it unless they've received it.
Mm-hmm. Is there any word on paying out the last 6 pay periods?
Oh, that's what we're working on.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
But
That's what we're working on. And then the remaining, the last 6 pay periods. So the last 6 pay periods are going in, I believe, if not in, they're going in sometime soon. But the ones since January, they've already been in.
Mm-hmm. So that's how many? I'm sorry. Is that like 11 pay periods?
11 sounds right. Correct.
Okay, so
And
11.
So we stopped again because there was no progress on the payment. There was nothing sure. Again, the governor did let us know that she was committed to it, but again, there was no money. All the bureaucratic stuff kind of put that on hold again.
Yeah, and then we had Ed Byrne on, and he was saying that it's because people's paperwork's not in order. And then he said that they were pretty much caught up with paying it. But then I saw a hearing, I think it was with Customs, and then Customs was saying like, we haven't got, was it the overtime or the COVID pay, or both?
wait for
Well, the mayor's council doesn't get overtime, so none of the mayors or our coworkers, none of us get overtime.
No, I get it. I'm just saying when we had Ed Byrne on, he kind of implied that they were caught up with the overtime for law enforcement and pretty much caught up with the COVID pay. Yet we're hearing that that's not even the case. And then there was a hearing last week with Customs, and they were complaining that they haven't. It was either the overtime or the COVID pay that they're behind on.
Well, it's June 19th. Perhaps the guidance is in, and the checks will be out on June 22nd.
Or
July.
Oh, you got jokes on this Monday.
Well, the governor leaves after liberation.
Well, we put in the ask for her to come on the show tomorrow. We haven't got any word yet, so hopefully if she comes on, we can ask her.
Well, that'll
about
be nice.
Yeah, would be.
Yeah.
So 17 pay periods behind. Wow.
Damn, boy.
Yeah.
You guys should pick it at Adelup. That's what I would do.
Well, you know what?
But do it nicely, because you don't want to get on her bad side, and you're never going to get paid. It's like, please, can you just pay us at least,
And this is just mayor's council.
Yeah. And this is the mayor's council. This is Gov Guam wide, ladies and gentlemen. Gov Guam wide.
Like I said, it's July 19. Perhaps the guidance is in, and they'll see the checks this week, right? I think that's kind of what
Is that what you're hearing, Mayor?
That's what I'm saying. Hopefully that's what I'm hearing. Hopefully. Aye, day. Well, it's Liberation Week, so unlike all other years, we're still happy to be liberated. Thank you to the I do want to say something. I recognize that at the memorial ceremonies, the governor is very specific in her speeches about recognizing the military, right? So I don't know if you've caught that. I mean, I'm happy about it. I know there will certainly be some critics, but I'm happy that she recognizes them at each of the memorials. But I don't know, Sabrina, do you know anything about that? We might, that might be something to talk about, quite honestly. It's a good thing because, we are happy that we were liberated. And we hear about a lot of the activists and a lot of different points of view about the military and our colonialism status. So there's a lot of talk about that for sure. At the same time, I'm also very proud to be an American, and I'm proud to be Chamorro as well. I think though, and the reason why I mention it is because for me personally and for me politically, I think I would prefer to see I would prefer to see us working toward a better relationship with America. Now I may get all this. Again, there's going to be people out there.
No, Mayor. I mean, that is the heart of the decolonization movement. It doesn't mean that we go from where we're at now to, independence. It means that we go from where we're at now to either statehood or free association or whatever type of relationship.
I guess for me, I mean, and again, I just sharing my own opinion about it. I'm happy because I'm hoping that we're recognizing that we are an integral part of America and that we are proud Americans as well, right? Not saying that just that the Americans and the military is bad altogether. I think I'm not sure what's going on in all of that, but I'm hoping to recognize, a good change and a positive change toward a better relationship with America.
Man, Mayor, I don't know, but I saw this. There was an article this morning about the Mayor's Council of Guam president. Vaccine zombie concern common among Chamorros.
I know the zombie. But you know what? I say that, and that's always been the case. That's how some of them react, and it's not how everyone reacts. It's not how all Chamorros react to it. But we also have to consider that when we're looking at Chamorros being the largest, perhaps percentage-wise, not vaccinated, we're also the largest population, right, on Guam. So you can't really say that the Chamorros are not getting vaccinated.
Right.
So perhaps, that story could have. Bottom line, that's just one of the reasons, some of the reasons that I hear.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's not. I just feel like also we're the larger population. So of course it's going to be the larger population with the less vaccines.
I get it. I get what you're saying. You're saying that some of these arguments about not taking the vaccine, they seem a little like kind of out there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they are. They do. And you know what? It when you look at, and the thing is, the questions that sometimes that are posed to me are referring to our manamko, and that comment that I made was made by by elderly people, and it's not, but it's real. I mean, why hide it? I mean, that's just what they feel. But I'm glad that Dr. Wen. Dr. Wen dispelled that and said that it doesn't alter your DNA, your genetics. So, and that was important to know too, is that, a medical professional responded to that. And hopefully our Manamko are listening, and hopefully, I know they're listening because Facebook is blowing up.
Right. Mayor, so what, in your village of PD, who are the people who just don't want to get the vaccine?
Oh, it's mixed. It's not just Manamko. It's a variety of people, whether they're middle-aged to older. Yeah, the young guns, man. They were out there, which is good, right? They're the ones out there anyway. But it's just a mixture of people, not just one sector.
All right,
man.
man.
I couldn't comment on FAS citizens because I don't have. We don't have a large population in PD. We do have them, and the ones that I do know in PD have been vaccinated. So, I couldn't comment further on that. But I do know that the Dedido and the Jigomirs definitely worked, and Tumuning. As a matter of fact, Tumuning had their own vaccine at their senior center one Sunday for FAS citizens, and they were full. So that was a good sign.
Mayor, has the Mayor's Council of Guam heard anything officially on these Afghan refugees?
No, we have not. We have not heard anything officially, no.
Has the Mayor's Council of Guam been kept in the loop in terms of what is the plan going forward to help our island's homeless population?
So our representative in the coalition, or in the homeless committee is Mayor Hoffman, but we don't have an update. I don't have an update on how we're moving forward with that.
Do you think we are moving forward?
I think for the most part, the population has been, the administration has addressed the population and has addressed the problem. Of course, there's always kinks in any new process, but I'm not sure what those are for them, and I can't say how they're moving forward because I'm not aware. Unfortunately, I apologize, but I'm sure we can get the information on that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor.
Appreciate it, Mayor. Have a good week. Wait, hold on, Jason.
Wait, Mayor, I don't know if you can see it from here, but I'm actually wearing my Tutuha mask today. And the reason I was doing that, because, it's got, I spent 11 years in Harmon, and, we've got this beautiful iconography of, Two Lovers Point, overlooking Pacific Star and everything like that. And I was talking to a lovely, lovely cashier yesterday when I was at Payless in Dedido, and she's from Umatic, and she was wearing the Umatic mask. I've not seen the PD mask, and I was just curious, what kind of images about your village are on the PD mask, and I'm really looking for one because I want to try and collect all the villages.
So we do have a PD mask, but I sometimes I'm like my not so friends over there at KOAM. So I have the only reason why I have an issue with it is because if anything on the mask is going to be sold, it better not be a business. Right. So if I had a PD mask and it had KOAM on it, I would not sell it unless KUAM's giving me something.
Right.
So, long story short, that's the problem.
Oh, okay.
But we did not create the masks.
Yeah, I think it was done by a third party, right?
That's correct. Yes.
So Jason's
But we
wearing a
have
bootleg
PD
mask.
masks. I mean, I'll send you guys PD masks
Yeah.
if you like.
Yeah. So, what images of your village, that you can speak of and everything like that are represented, so people just like glancing at it and everything like that?
Oh, that's Petey.
Yeah, it would be like, that's
the reefs, the PD guns, those are important to us. The reef, the coastal line is real important to us because not only is it historical, but it drives our economy. And not only is it historical, drives our economy, but it's a coral reef that's preserved, right?
Yep.
And the one thing that I really am proud about are the PD bomb holes, the PD bomb hole preserves. Growing up, we lived in Tumuning, but we spent most of our time in PD. And going out in the waters, our aunties and uncles, they made us get in a boat, one of those rowboats, and we had to row. I didn't row, but my brother and my cousins rowed. And we rowed all the way out to the channel, and we had to fish. We stayed out there for hours on end, all the way to just like long hours. And we never came back with fish. Never, ever. I don't recall one time we came back with fish. So, me being like my friends over there, I decided I'm gonna go to the store. I'm gonna sneak fish into my pocket, and that's what I'm gonna show them, that hey, I caught fish. And so you know what, my family is always amused about that I have fish in my pocket, but you know what?
Nice. Hey, look at this! Look at this tilapia I caught in PD bomb hole.
No, I was gonna say if I were to, I mean, I'm no artist, but if I were to design like a mask of PD, certainly one of the images that I think I would like to put on there was, like Mayor, that on what used to be the USO, they've got like that little platform that everybody dives into the water off of and everything. I mean, that's so iconic. I mean, you just go down there, it's picturesque. People take selfies there all the time. And
Mayor, what's up with the fisheye? Have you heard anything about them reopening?
No, they really, really rely on tourism.
Right.
And so they're just, it's just really slow over there.
What about?
They're good partners, but they're just really slow. So the flip side to that story is all of PD bomb holes and where my family's property is at, there's like tons of fish now. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Snorkeling is beautiful. So, if there was anything that I wanted to sell to anybody, whether it was a tourist or a fellow resident, it would be our waters because it's beautiful. It just is beautiful now. So
also another one I think is iconic is the bridge, across the power plant.
Oh yeah,
little bridge everyone walks out.
Yeah. That Emerald Valley. Yeah. That's beautiful. Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
Yeah, you walk all the way out to the channel and everything like that. It's gorgeous.
Yep. And there's fish.
Yeah, there is. I saw a big skipjack in there the other day. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, you guys have a good week.
You too.
Have a good day, Mayor.
There you go, PD Mayor Jesse Alec. He's also the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam, which is why we get him on every day for that weekly update. Lots of issues covered, from the stray dog roundup to the white goods cleanup. We're going to take a quick break.
I'm looking at it right now that you mentioned it, Chris. I'm looking at the Fisheye Marine Park on Google Maps. It actually puts in parentheses, it goes closed.
Yeah.
That's heartbreaking.
Yeah. 7:56. We'll be back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
And good morning, KUAM TV. This is The Link, the Monday, July 19th episode of the show, brought to you by Pacific Points, IT&E, Cowboy Enterprises, and Jack in the Box. On a Monday.
And I'm representing Tamuning, Tumon, and Harmon with my mask. You know, guys, these things are getting harder and harder to find. Have you noticed? They used to be all over the place, maybe like around this time last year, but you can kind of find them at some of the gas stations, or maybe, you know, I'm sure Kmart, but they're, and like I was just telling PD Mayor Jesse Allig right before we went to commercial break and everything, I'm trying to collect one from every village. You wore the Jigo one for a while last year, right?
No, I don't have any.
Didn't you? I thought you had the one of Jigo, and it had the Our Lady of Lourdes Church on it.
No, wrong person.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bria's wearing the counterfeit half-a-day mask. Right?
Sure.
It's 8 o'clock. It's Monday. Monday! Yeah! Liberation Week. Guys, it's going to be a pretty busy week. What's going on? Because I heard that the stations at KUAM are doing a little show.
Yeah. Make time in your busy liberation schedule to, if you're out and about, you can listen to us on the radio and watch a synchronized performance of the fireworks show and then the drone show that our friends Jeff
Sanchez
of
Jams Media.
Yeah. And that they've got and what was it? Drawing a blank right now. Brie, what's the gentleman's name behind the drone show?
Did you say
Charlie Hermosa.
Yep.
Yeah.
Charlie.
So Jeff and Charlie have a wonderful fireworks show and drone show set up for you respectively. It's going to be, that part is going to be over on Tumon Bay.
Yep.
That's So our show starts at 6:30. We're going to show you.
No, 7:30.
Oh, 7:30. That's what I meant. 7:30. And we are going to tell you who the week 6 winner of Vaccine Win is, the final winner of the $10,000 cash prize, as well as the final car. We're going to show you all the ways that our island is celebrating liberation, the way we're commemorating our friends and Guamanians throughout the planet, the way they're doing it. And remember, guys, we need your contribution. So if you have liberation celebration plans, let us know. Email us, DM us, do whatever. Because Bria's working hard on putting this show together to make sure that we celebrate Liberation 77 the right way.
Right on.
Right, so that's Bella Wings Aviation and Jams Media Productions that'll be doing the drone show and the fireworks show.
And also, there's going to be fireworks going down in Molesso.
Yep.
From a barge that's going to be located, I believe, in the lagoon or just outside of it, right?
And then also in Agana.
Yeah, so there's 3 locations. The Oka Point, that's the old hospital, Ocotillo Boat Basin, and like Chris said, the barge off Molesso Pier.
Right, but EPOW is closed to the pesky public, so if you're going to try and go down there to Tumon, sorry, you got to find your spots. It's just like in the old days. You used to like park up at JFK, or Chinese Park is another good one.
Yep, Chinese Park.
I don't know if the park's going to be open, but...
we even said, even before, across the street from what's now DPW,
Mhm.
there used to be a big clearing there and everything. A bunch of people used to go over.
Right, yeah. But you know what? We got you guys. We're going to be streaming the whole thing. Stay home, have a beer or 3, and just watch Jason and Sabrina bring you what's going to be the best liberation show ever in 2021.
Right, so this is just a finale show. 7:30 is what time we sign on, and then the fireworks are at 8. The drone show's at 8, and then 8:15 is the fireworks show.
Right, and then also there's going to be the grand finale of the Vaccine Win contest.
Yep.
All that in a bag of chips.
Amen. What kind of chips? I like chips. 804. Good morning. The show.
Do you still go for the oily chips, or are you one of
What do
those
you
like
mean oily chips?
I like baked? I'm like a new.
No, I hate baked.
You don't like the I
the
don't like
Lemmi
the baked.
chips.
I don't care. I don't care who's going to get mad. Baked does not beat fried ever.
Yep.
If something is fried and you have it baked, it's not the same.
When I'm getting down with Pringles, I will still act like I'm 12 years old and I turn it like backwards and I still make the duck lips.
I bet you do.
Yeah, I bet you do
I'm
too.
47 years old and I still do that.
Amen.
That's how
Way
I
to
get
go.
down with.
Way to go. It's 804. Who's coming up on the show, Jay?
Coming up on the show, we got Landon. Remember, Landon Idlet, he's got his normal Monday morning spot here, but technically he's on vacation right now, but he just wanted to pop in and let you guys know what is going on with that weather system that they are tracking to the northwest of Guam. Now, remember, it does not pose a threat to us. However, because it is Liberation Week, and specifically Liberation Day is going to be on Wednesday, Landon's going to let us know what we can expect with the wind and rain. And you can bet your sweet behind that our friends Jeff Sanchez and Charlie Hermosa are going to be paying attention to that because, their fireworks and their drone shows.
Thank you for the compliment. Thank you for the compliment.
Oh, what, on your sweet behind?
I'm a sweet behind.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. Yep.
Yeah.
This ball will give you diabetes, boy. So sweet.
I don't think you're ready for that, Jelly.
Jeez.
Oh, Lord.
I've been waiting my entire life to
Beyonce.
use that in context.
Thanks. It's 806. Let's go ahead and
It's like, can I
switch.
please just say something Beyonce said and sound as cool as her? Probably not, though.
Let's switch gears now and head over to the news part of the studio, which is right there, from the KUAM news team with the very latest at 8:06 on the link. Good morning, KUAM TV, and good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
You need like another moment to kind of like let that sink in? Or?
No. Nope.
She's good.
Off it, everybody. There's a controversial ruling out of the district court involving the ongoing Archdiocese of Agana bankruptcy case. The local church filed for bankruptcy following the onslaught of hundreds of sex abuse cases. Chief Judge Francis Terenko Gaywood has issued a partial judgment on whether Archdiocese schools and parishes should be included as assets to pay off the settlements. The chief judge deemed that the parishes and schools are in fact unincorporated divisions of the Archdiocese. Out of the legislature today, a public hearing will be held for Bill 70 and 91. Bill 70 proposes giving Guam a Guam families a $500 tax credit for the cost of personal protective equipment, commonly referred to as PPEs. The legislation is referred to as the PPE for Guam Act of 2021. Also up for a hearing is Bill 91, which would restrict non-essential hiring and pay raises during the declaration of an island-wide state of emergency. The main sponsor of both bills is Senator Frank Bloss Jr. The hearing gets underway at 8:30 this morning, and prior to that hearing, let's go into the Zoom room where maybe not, maybe
I think
later.
we lost him. Yeah, Senator, if you did want to jump back in the Zoom room, we'll get you on about the hearing real quick. But go ahead, Bree.
All right, also up for public hearing is Bill 153 for the Finance, Design, Construction of DOC, also known as the Department of Corrections Modernization Act of 2021. The bill allows for the construction of a new prison, which will resolve the lack of rehabilitation programs, overcrowding, and personnel issues of the agency. According to the main sponsor, Senator Joe San Augustine, Bill 153 aligns with the department's plans to construct a state-of-the-art correctional facility. The bill, together with DOC's plan, ensures that all federal standards, such as the National Prison Standards and Prison Rape Elimination Act, are met by the agency. That hearing gets underway at 9 a.m. But in the meantime, we're going to head into the Zoom room now, where we have reestablished our connection with Senator Frank Bloss Jr., whose bills are going up for a public hearing any minute now, or at the bottom of the hour, Bill 70 and Bill 91. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Bree. Good morning, Chris. I'm sorry, this morning we're trying to connect and it's been difficult. So anyways, glad to be on.
Well, thank you for being on. Two of your bills, I think they're still scheduled for a hearing this morning, correct?
Yeah, a couple bills. Both of them basically pandemic related. And I'm glad that finally getting a hearing so that we can hopefully get it onto session agenda. Two bills. First off, a bill that would provide some recompense for of the community for having to, as a result of mandates from the government to purchase personal protective equipment, hygiene products, to keep safe. A bill that would be able to provide up to $500, basically per individual per in this case, and it could be argued. But it's for families who've had to spend money that they don't have or they wouldn't normally spend on based on the government mandate to be able to protect themselves. Secondly is a bill that in times of emergency, emergency declaration, would restrict the hiring within the government just to those positions that are directly related to be able to mitigate or to respond to the emergency. Now, the restriction is just during a time of emergency, the declaration of an emergency. It does not restrict any otherwise. It just says that in this time, all the resources should be directed towards resolving or taking care of the emergency, to include hiring. And so that's what these two bills are for.
Mm-hmm. Well, Senator, I wanted to start with Bill 70 because, as I recall, you did write a letter to the governor regarding the possibility of pulling back that legislation if she were to use, I think it was ARPA money, instead to recompense families. Was there any movement on that, or the reason why we're having a hearing on this is because there's been nothing?
Unfortunately, there hasn't been any movement on that, and I still stand to my word that if the governor does decide to be able to use, most especially the American Rescue Plan money or the remaining of the CARES Act money, to be able to provide this compensation, then I'll pull the bill back. It really won't be necessary, and I'll continue to work with, as I've said before, told her, I will work with her administration. I will work with her on finding solutions, finding ways to be able to help our community recover and get back up on its feet. And I believe this is one of those pieces of legislation that, or one of those efforts, one of the things that can be done to be able to help the community get back on its feet.
Mm-hmm. And so then on Bill 91, on the restriction of the hiring of non-essential personnel, in your research prior to this public hearing, do you have an idea, rough estimate on how many employees that fit into this category were hired during the current state of emergency that we're in?
Well, I'm not going to speculate, with regard to just how many employees, were hired. I think it's common knowledge, Bree, that there has been some hiring. There has been talk, in the community. There has been talk amongst, even people in the government as to the necessity for some of this hiring with relation to the pandemic. How does it fit? And again, this legislation is just during, this practice is just during a state of emergency, in that I believe that the resources that we have in the government should be directed directly towards getting us out of this danger. And if you need to hire individuals to be able to accomplish that, that's still permitted. It does not exceed past the declaration. I think that we can all agree that once the emergency is done, once we've gotten out of the declaration, and we've basically gone back to normal, then we can, for lack of a better term, justify or the need to be able to hire those individuals. It doesn't infringe upon that. It just says that during the emergency, the resources of the government of Guam should be solely and primarily directed toward mitigating and responding to that emergency.
Mm-hmm. Have you heard anything about a spending plan? July 16th was the deadline for public comments for the U.S. Treasury's interim final guidance. The governor has kind of been holding to that July 16th time frame before we would, I guess the public would know about this spending plan. Have you heard anything from the inside that you can tell us about?
Well, I was fortunate and honored, privileged to be able to be invited by our Congressman Mike Nicholas to join in on a webinar provided by the Treasury Department on those on the final ruling, and to talk about where things are at and with regard to how you can spend, or how the American Rescue Plan money should be utilized. And there was a lot of information. We're still pouring through it with regard to what can be spent, how it can be spent. I think it's pretty exciting, at least from my standpoint, in the money that could be available, that should be available to the community. To not just those individuals that were displaced, but the individuals too that put their lives on the line, risk their lives to be able to help to mitigate the dangers. And so I think that later on today I'm sending a letter to the governor with regard to how suggestions as to how the money can be best spent, and also with the caveat that I'm willing to work with her and being able to make sure that this money, as intended, goes to helping our community get out of this crisis that we continue to be on. My concern here, Bree, and Chris and Jason, is in less than 30 days or so, there is going to be, or in September actually, there's going to be this fiscal cliff, and I'm going to characterize it that way, that we're going to have to confront, that we're going to have to either jump and hopefully we land safely, or it could be a little bit further down than we all think. It's scary because at that time many of the pool program is set to expire, and we still have well over 20,000 people who still rely on this to be able to make ends meet. what then? What measures have we put in place, or what do we have now that would help to continue to help these individuals get back on their feet? Because in order for our community and our economy to survive this thing, we've got to worry about that. Those individuals too that continue to be displaced, and those businesses that continue to struggle, that continue to suffer. So, what of those plans? What are we doing to be able to mitigate that? And that's what I'm continuing to work on, and that's in line with the letter that I'll be sending to her today.
I wanted to follow up also on, is there any word on when you may be holding this follow-up oversight hearing with the Guam Police Department? I'm not sure if you heard about this controversial decision that came out last week from the District Court of Guam related to a major drug case, in that the cooperating defendant had provided all of this additional information to the federal law enforcement authorities, and for the most part, the judge kind of admonished federal investigators for not fully vetting the information. As per the plea deal, the cooperating defendant provides information in exchange for hopefully a lesser sentence. But in the nuts and bolts of that decision, there was a part where the judge had said that these federal law enforcement agencies, this is one of the points, weren't sharing information, weren't vetting the information. And one of the reasons was, and only one of the reasons, was that, if we share this information, for example, with local law enforcement officials, there has been cases where information has been leaked, therefore compromising investigations. And so are you planning on holding any further follow-up, oversight hearing?
First off, yeah, I'm fully aware of the court case and what the judge had commented on, and it's been, unfortunately, a couple decades ago, that continued to that was the problem as well. There's a trust issue in law enforcement, and I'll just say it bluntly. And then, one of the things that needs to be worked on is obviously, trusting each other in furtherance of an investigation. And while granted, the admonishment toward law enforcement was specifically directed towards federal agencies, that was something that needed to be said, because it continues to happen, and there has to be that trust issue. With regard to, the fear that, when you provide this information to local law enforcement, you fear the leak. Well, first off, local law enforcement gets involved in these investigations as a result of joint cooperation, and with the understanding, and for the most part, that this information is basically federal information, and you protect it. So to say that, we provide it to law enforcement and there's a leak, prove it. Mm-hmm. We've heard this a number of different times. And in some cases, I remember when I was in law enforcement, there was information that was supposedly leaked, but we took care of it. We plugged that leak, and there's going to be a GPD and Customs, Guam Customs. We're not the only agencies that are in town, nor the only agencies that can be accused of this. Just as much as that is, federal law enforcement too may have some issues with regards to holding information sacred, during an investigation. So, but going back to the oversight hearing, yes, I still communicate weekly with the chief of police to talk about, the progress of some of the concerns that were initially brought up and some of the concerns that continue to be brought up. We're recognizing that many of these things have investigations that are being conducted, and wanting to make sure that, okay, if you're conducting the investigation, and in a lot of cases these are joint investigations with the AG's office, let's let that course happen. Let's make sure that that's taken care of. We don't want to be the impetus, or we don't want to be the reason why, a case was broken down because the information was shared in an oversight. Get it done, get it completed, weed out the bad guys. Let's come back to you. Is there any issues, concerns that you have that you're going to need our help in? Let's be able to talk about this. But in the meantime, unfortunately, these cases do take some time, and there are basically legal time limits, and we don't want to be the reason as to why many of these things were broken.
All right, Senator, I know you've got your your public hearing in just a few minutes, but, we are preparing to commemorate the 77th liberation of Guam, and you are the president of the Guam War Survivors Memorial Foundation, so I just wanted to give you this opportunity to give a message to our community.
Thank you very much. First off, to our survivors, to many of the ones that are still here, thank you for your endurance. 77 years ago, there were prayers that were said by thousands of Chamorros, and 77 years ago, those prayers were answered, and basically the landing of the military forces to be able to free our people from bondage by the enemy forces. And so, in commemoration of this, I want to say to our survivors, thank you for your efforts. Thank you for having to endure this. We're going to continue to remember this. We know that today we are going to celebrate 77 years of your prayers being answered. To our community, please take the time to be able to thank them as well, to hug them, because what they had to go through, we hope that we never have to go through ever again. So thank you very much, and Viva Liberation.
Viva Liberation!
Thank you, Senator. Thanks, Senator. Good luck today.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, take care. Okay, that was Senator Frank Blas Jr. His bills are going up for a public hearing today. And with more news now, we go to Tyler Mazzanani.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Buenos half day, everyone. I'm Tyler Mazzanani with your headlines here on The Link. 27-year-old accused murderer John Richard Bass III will undergo a psychiatric evaluation on July 20th after pleading not guilty by reason of mental illness. Bass is accused of stabbing his former girlfriend to death, 39-year-old Virginia Rose Pareto Laguarnia, and injuring a 19-year-old woman during an incident on June 7th at the Hotel Mayana in Tamuning. Attorney William Jones has been assigned to the case. A status hearing has been scheduled for July 23rd. A trial date has been set for Juan Mendiola. He is accused of the fatal shooting of Peter Rios in Mengmeng in May of 2020. He was indicted for murder as a first-degree felony and aggravated assault. He pled not guilty to the charges and waived his rights to a speedy trial. During his hearing, presiding Judge Alberto Lamarena set trial for August 23rd. The testimony was passionate Friday on a bill and a pair of resolutions that revisit the emotional war claims issue. The measures seek to open a new round of reparations applications and remove any deadlines for filing claims. Nestor Lecanto has more.
Discussion of the brutal World War II Japanese occupation of Guam frequently evokes strong emotions. The memories of those dark days passed down to other generations hasn't dimmed the passion. Lillian Terrell is the daughter of Barcelisa Camacho Espinosa, who was a young teen from the San Ramon district of Hagåtña during the war. And while Barcelisa joined many others in seeking redress over the years, she died before ever receiving compensation.
The one that I was really upset was when I went down there. They told me my mom never filed. Well, that's not her fault. I really want my mom to be heard because her story and her family stories, they saw men's heads cut off, my Auntie Maria. My mom was ran after by a young man with no arms trying to kill them on the road up to San Ramon. It's very sad that a lot of the people that suffered were not given their, They waited long, I'm pretty sure.
Ralph Rivera is the son of Angustia Tainatongo Rivera, another war survivor who also has since passed on.
I cannot fathom the atrocities and the fear that they all went through. I hope the rhetoric matches the action. And I apologize as I'm coming off a bit passionate here, but folks, we have one job to do. 3,650 days is how many days it's been since my mom got promoted to heaven. We failed her. We did. Us. And everyone else that's not here today that were survivors of the war. How dare we? How dare we wait this long?
The bill introduced by Vice Speaker Tina Barnes asked Congress to open a new round of war claims. The resolutions, one by Barnes and the other by Senator Talina Nelson, asked the president to remove any future reparation filing deadlines. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
It was a landing site for the Marines during World War II, the start of the recapture of Guam from occupying Japanese forces. Friday, just off the sandy shores of Asan Beach, wreaths were laid at a flagpole, the landing monument for that historical turning point in Guam's history. Veterans, war survivors, and island leaders, including the consul generals of Philippines and Japan, gathered to remember those who suffered and sacrificed in the days leading up to Guam's liberation. In her remarks, Governor Lou Leon Guerrero expressed her appreciation to those who served and contributed to the freedom, peace, and values we have today.
So I just want to say to everyone, thank you. And no matter what people say, we are a strong group of people because we are a Chamorro. We are Chamorros, and we always say, contra y peligro tafanatsu. Against all perils, we rise. Si Diyos masi.
Also taking place on Friday was a memorial mass for the victims of the Tinta Faja massacre in Malesu. Another World War II memorial for the Fina Cave massacre is scheduled for this morning. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
All right, everybody, let's do some weather now, because when last we spoke to our buddy Landon Idlet over at the National Weather Service, he was telling us that the eagle-eyed folks over there, the meteorologist team, was keeping track of a weather formation that looked to bring winds and rain, possibly maybe around Liberation Day, so that we can all hopefully know what to expect when we celebrate the 77th liberation of our island. Landon joins us now in the Zoom room. Again, Landon, I'm sure you had quite the eventful weekend. One, packing for your vacation, and two, keep an eye on whatever's happening close to the Philippine Sea.
Yeah, I've not had a chance to pack up yet, and I'll probably do that on Friday morning before I head off to the airport around midday. So
are all meteorologists procrastinators when it comes to traveling?
I hope not. But I've mastered the skill of procrastination. That's what actually got me through college. So
I've been there too.
Procrastination is just a part of the life, and you just learn how to deal with it the best way you can. Before I go over to the animations, I do want to jump ahead with one of our slides right quick, and I'm going to turn the camera around. This is what we're dealing with, and it's a very complex situation that we're dealing with this week. Regarding the Liberation Day, there's a lot of potential for showers and thunderstorms, but at this point, I'm pretty confident that we're not going to be dealing with a washout on Liberation Day. That's the good news. But we are in a pattern where things can change significantly in a short period of time, and I'll talk more about that later. But this is where we're looking at right now. Our current tropical storm is way up here, just off to this, to our northwest. And let me flip up over there. And this is on the slide deck later. But the tropical storm is right there, and it's, again, no threat to us, and it's moving away toward Okinawa and Taiwan.
Right. Yeah, I got your slides up too, so we can follow.
Okay, so right here we have those winds spiraling up to our west, into that tropical storm, we have that pinch zone, this one area right there. That's a pinch zone where we have a lot of convergence and stuff just northeast of Yap and then to our west. And then we have the trade winds to our east. That's curving up toward the southeast over our region and then up into the tropical storm. So we're kind of at a light ridge with those light winds over the Mariana Islands, and that can help induce some island convection later today. So we do have a potential for showers and thunderstorms this afternoon because of these light winds right over the Mariana Islands at the moment. But I'm going to go over to our loops right here. This is our visible satellite imagery, waving in the background. Not much out there across Guam this morning with just some spotty cumulus clouds. We see those starting to drift and develop over Guam, over the island, moving off toward the northwest. But you see a lot of these milky white clouds. That's the mid and upper level clouds spewing out from deep convection originating from that tropical storm. We're going to zoom out. So there's the tropical storm over there making its way slowly out of our area. So we're still putting out public advisories every 6 hours because it remains in our area of responsibility, which goes all the way up to 130 east longitude and 25 north latitude. So once it crosses out, we'll hand over operational jurisdiction to other agencies outside of our region. So we are watching this area of convection right there. That could bring some showers and thunderstorms as it kind of propagates toward the southeast, towards the CNMI. Not so much for us, but we will probably see an overcast afternoon, and that could limit the convection that we see during the daytime. I'm going to go further out away from the region. We have the trade winds down here, as I showed you in the graphic earlier in the slides. This is all going to keep to our south, but we're going to see a potential second circulation somewhere up in this region to our north, and that is what's providing a lot of the uncertainty in the long range beyond Liberation Day this week. And like I said, I don't usually like to show the model forecast because we have to decipher what the models are putting out and put out the best available forecast based on experience and skill and what we're seeing in the model trends. This is the American Global Forecast System model. This is one of our primary models that we use. We're looking at Wednesday midday here. So still, that tropical storm is way up here, still within reach of us all the way on Wednesday, but we have a possible second circulation developing well northwest of us. And again, keep in mind, we have no threat of tropical cyclones for Guam and the CNMI. That's the good news. But what could generate as a result, that's the monsoon tail that extends well to the southwest across the Mariana Islands and elsewhere. This is the other model. So there's a little bit of variation, global forecast, the European model. So a little bit of change, a little bit dry here for Guam and the CNMI. This is, again, midday Liberation Day. So this is why I'm saying we're not looking at a washout for Liberation Day, but there is a potential for showers and thunderstorms passing over the island. So always keep an umbrella handy and proceed with your plans, but just keep an eye to the sky, because when thunder roars, you are in danger within striking distance of lightning. So keep your eyes and ears open on Liberation Day. We're going to advance a little bit toward Friday. This is Friday midday, showing that second circulation up here well to our north, but with that monsoon tail extending southward. This is European model. This is the European model. So a little bit drier for us with that circulation still up there, with the intense rainfall over the far northern CNMI. And then for the American model, the moisture and the southwest winds are gusting across the Mariana Islands. So this is going to be what we're dealing with later this weekend. So go ahead and cue up the slides, Jason, and we'll get through that. And we'll talk about where we're going to be looking at for the week ahead. So currently, the risk of rip currents is, actually I had that backwards. The rip current risk is low and the fire danger is moderate. It's been pretty dry despite some of the potential for showers the last couple of days. Not everybody saw the abundant rainfall, but other locations did see much needed rainfall. The next slide, the temperatures are warming up across the islands. Just a typical Guam day, hot and humid and sunny this morning, with that spottier showers and thunderstorms possible this afternoon. Rainfall yesterday, just a nickel, and we're still below average for the month of July and also for the year so far. We're about a half foot below normal for the year, but we have a lot of potential for showers later this week. The next slide shows the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. We are watching two systems, Tropical Storm Infa, which is well northwest of us, and again, no threat to the Mariana Islands, and then newly upgraded Tropical Depression 10W, which is just southwest of Hong Kong and thus no threat to us. We could see 11W or another invest area with that possible second circulation well north of us away from our area later this week. And if that develops, that would be number 11, our 11th tropical cyclone for the year, but that's still circumstantial. And later this week, we'll see. The next slide, this is the Tropical Storm Infa. Still, we're issuing public advisories as it remains in our area of responsibility. And of course, moving away from us, passing near Okinawa and on a projected course toward Taiwan. And then the next slide, this is the polar orbiting satellite showing the winds over the ocean. And this is just a broader scale trend. We have a lot of little waves in the trade wind flow across Micronesia where they're having bursts of convection, gusty winds. They had some problems in Chuuk over the weekend where they had near tropical storm force winds for about a 2-hour period across Chuuk and some of the outer islands, causing some problems. And that was from a large convective burst, kind of like what we've had in the past here on Guam. You think back to November 23rd of last year and also August 27th last year. Those are big rain and wind events. And that's kind of what happened on Saturday in Chuuk with some downed trees and some marine problems with some boaters out there. So keep in mind when we have convective outbursts that there can be any number of impacts and potential for problems. But the larger trend, those trade winds will be light across the region with that weak ridging over our area flowing into the tropical storm. And the next slide shows that tropical storm well northwest of us and moving away. It could become a typhoon for a short period in the next day or two. Sea conditions, not bad, 2 to 4 feet combined seas, primarily with the east trade wind swell. We'll see those conditions hold steady for the next several days, but we could see them increase dramatically by the end of the week, depending on the extent of the monsoon flow that should develop south of a second circulation. And again, seas at 2 to 4 feet that'll continue for the next several days and then build toward the weekend. So we could have a risk of hazardous seas and surf, particularly on south and west facing reefs by the end of the week. So keep a close watch on forecasts. And I put an asterisk by Liberation Day because even though we're expecting scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms, I do not expect it to be a washout. It's definitely not something you want to cancel plans over, but keep an eye to the sky and watch our forecast for the latest information as it becomes available. The weekend, a little bit more speculative, depending on how the monsoon sets up, if and when that second circulation develops far north of us, and then how it influences the regional weather. So the final last slide, again, the bottom line, watch forecasts closely in the coming days. In this general pattern, there can be significant short-term changes in the local forecasts. So watch our webpage, weather.gov/gum, for the latest information. And again, these things can change rapidly. Conditions can change rapidly in a short period of time. And that's all I have for you. I am on vacation, but I'll be here on the island for a few more days, and then I'll fly off on Friday for about 5 weeks, and I'll be back by the end of August. So I'll be in touch on WhatsApp, Facebook, and always watching things in the region.
Well, I mean, I know, when you do a job you love, it's never like work and everything like that, but we hope, you get some downtime, hang out with the family, try some of that barbecue for real life when you go to Florida.
I'll be going to Sunny's for sure.
Nice.
Maybe this weekend I'll be in Sunny's.
Yeah, and from all of us here, because you're a part of our Link family, or our Link Show family and everything like that, we wish you safe travels.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
All right. And so if you guys were just wondering, the executive summary, right, the Cliff Notes version, the TLDR version and everything. So Landon was saying that there are some weather formations to the north and northwest of us, plus some trade winds coming through. Do not impose any immediate threat to Guam or the Marianas at this time and everything. However, it may pose less than favorable conditions on Liberation Day. So if you guys are making plans to maybe go to the beach and get out and do stuff, you want to bring your umbrella anyway, because you're either going to get sunburned or you're going to get rained on. So bring your umbrella. It's standard practice for Guam.
Standard practice.
Yeah, and if there are thunderstorms, as he said, if you hear thunder, you want to be extra careful there, because where there is thunder, there tends to be lightning. So please be safe, everybody. And Landon, we appreciate it, man.
Thank you very much.
All right.
See y'all soon.
Thank
All right.
you.
Have a good trip.
Thank you.
And now back with more from the KUAM News team, Sabrina Salas-Manzanani.
Governor Lulian Guerrero will be heading to the nation's capital this week, where she'll be meeting with top Biden cabinet officials. First on the list, Interior Secretary Deb Haaland. The governor says they will be discussing numerous issues, including compact impact, funding for the hospital, excess land, as well as Medicaid. She also plans to meet with the Secretary of Commerce as well as other Biden officials. The governor will also participate in a wreath-laying ceremony at the Guam Pillar of the World War II Memorial, which she hopes to make an annual tradition. The governor will be heading off to D.C. the day after Liberation. As we wait for the numbers from the weekend, the Joint Information Center on Friday reported 4 more people tested positive for COVID. The new cases were discovered among 290 samples tested last Thursday. Now, as of Friday, there have been a total of 8,477 officially reported cases of COVID since last year, with 142 deaths. 111 cases were active, and 8,224 people have recovered. Of the active cases, 4 people are hospitalized, 1 person receiving ICU level of care. The CAR score is 0.7. Also, according to the JIC, 93,404 people, or 77.81% of adults as of Friday, have had vaccinations completed for COVID-19. The governor, in the meantime, is considering a return to pandemic condition of readiness 4, or full normal conditions, on Liberation Day, which is the targeted goal to reach 80% adult herd immunity. Should we return to PCOR 4, a mask mandate could still be in place. The governor adding that even if we are a few percentage points short of the 80% target, she won't delay a pronouncement any further. The Guam Environmental Protection Agency is finally cleaning up what the Guam Department of Agriculture installed 50 years ago. Tyler Mazzanani brings us more on the Cocos Lagoon Tire Reef from Maurizo.
An artificial reef composed of junk tires was constructed in the 70s by the Department of Agriculture. The idea behind the installation was to increase the fish stock in the Cocos Lagoon area, as well as give a foundation for coral to thrive. But after a few years of assessment and monitoring, scientists discovered the intent wasn't being met. In 2018, Guam EPA's Environmental Monitoring and Analytics Service Program decided to go after a competitive grant offered through the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association Marine Debris Removal Program. Guam EPA's Nick Lee.
The grant was awarded in 2019 for about $250,000, and all of that funding will be used towards the removal and disposal of the tires in the reef.
An estimate of about 2,500 tires make up the reef. And not only was the man-made barrier ineffective, but it brought more stress. According to Lee, there is some cause for concern in strong tidal events that the tires could become dislodged, displaced, and damage other coral reef structures in the lagoon.
There's also concern about chemicals leaching from the tires being out there that long. So we have this great opportunity to work with NOAA to get funding to get this thing out of there.
In the first few days of action, contractors staged their equipment and installed barriers to control sediment so that other aquatic wildlife in the area remains undisturbed.
So far, there have been 3 or 4 loads of tires that have come out. The tires are taken to the contractor's facility in Agate, where they're processed before they're transported to for final disposal with Guahan Waste Control. We could see this for several more days, depending on the conditions down there and whatever obstacles that the contractor runs into while they're in the water.
As for the future long-term solution, Lee says they haven't approached that topic yet, but we can count on the leadership to look at a better alternative, rather than dumping discarded tires out in our waters.
The ocean should not serve as a dumping ground for your waste, and neither should the jungles for that matter.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Mazzanani.
Thanks, Tyler. With your news now in Chamorro, here is Kin Conception.
Buenas noches to get some to be kunut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Gibendes ba report ni Joint Information Center na 4 mahas man mates positibo para COVID-19. Inuebo na kausa siya sa madiskubre entre 290 no man mates gi Huwebes, dia 19 gi Hulyo. Esta hulog gimapos na benes po todo na kausang COVID gislata sa 8,467, 142 man pinino, 111 na kausa sa mga active na isolation, 8,224 sa manay active isolation. Gi-active na kausa siya 4 man maspitat sa uno sa gayigi ICU. I-CAR na grado paraguahan sa 0.7. Según el Joint Information Center, 93,404, 67.81% na adult siya sa kabalis minikunan niya para COVID-19. Asunto ginikoti para uma psychiatric evaluation sa Richard Bass III, 27 años na edad, gidia 20 Hulyo. Pero matsogi después niya plead guilty si Bass sa mental illness. Matsogi si Bass na puno sumesi gininubyan niya Virginia Rose Peredo Laguania, 39 años na edad. Dalun 19 años na Palawan, gimayana hotel gizatamuning gidya 7 Hunyo. Mapunta si William Jones para ikausaw na si Bass, pero gwa status hearing gidya 23 Hulyo. Mas ginikoti, pero mapreso para 4 años na tempo si Sebastian Taman, 31 años na edad. Gikontinua sa Alberto Damarena, magamento'y prosecution para masanako na sentensya no 6 años na tempo no ma-ofrece plea agreement. Gimatsa na mesa ni makumbikta si Taman por 2 kwenta na manyakin cosas, no mina 3 grado na felony, zan 3 kwenta na forgery, no mina 3 grado na felony, por sakit 2 na tenda, zan cash check siya gini business siya ginigi isla. Según el prosecuting attorney Roland Wimberly, ilang na sen seryoso esti sinaking cosas sa tiadegrudya e business siya lo ada lokwi e gasto para komunidad pior pago na tempo ni mana kekekahulo ekonomiya sa puri COVID-19. Talo ginikoti si Craig Allen Goldsmith, 41 años na edad, sa fafanat lamigay na inatake ginindot na kinanta DC, uno sa put rape. Ano gidokumento ni Kote na ibiktima report gay polisiya na Agosto 2019 na sakan inatakan bus ni Gui as Goldsmith. Ilang niya na mamaygo Gui gi couch. Gidya 22 Agosto 2019 na sakan. Gilas 4 gizatang maazad sa mga Gui anay sige si Goldsmith pinatsa Gui pisa tutunin na takin bus ni Gizagwiza. Gui na kausa sa fafana si Goldsmith 2 kwenta na 3 grado na criminal sexual conduct ni 2 grado na felony jan 3 na kwentan may na 4 grado na criminal sexual conduct no misdemeanor. Gifibero pago na sakan, otro na biktima ha report gi Domestic Assault Response Team gi GPD na nataka gui as Goldsmith. Sigon na dokumento ni Kote gi dia 8 Gifibero, imagumento biktima dyan si Goldsmith, da binatsa da gui gi tininanya, da sige pinaniti gui. Ilingan na ninikot gui pasin na masaw gui, no isitsenya po no dingoy gima para oras na tempo siya. Gui na sa nasedi apapanay na sakin impetun familia, manyukod za manispanta, minatres grado na felony siya dyan manataka impetun familia, dyan iprobido managam, dyan mansusteni otro tao no todo misdemeanor na kinanta DC. Yutumugin ni KUM News para pago na Lunes, semana selebrasyon 67 años desde na libre guahan gin ni Japanese. Guhabyo ni tinigi Senadora Telu Tairagui, no ilang na sempia na zano na bali mas eleksyon para member ni board para Guam Visitors Bureau. Managwahe ningok publiko para estinabyo. Niya diroga zana na suwa motitiu na dinurisan man bota. No sangan si Tairagui na sen mapud kumutim posibli para mandikiki na business siya pero fang mataot sa gwihi na board. Gimanagay da elemento gwihi sa sinya mafahan para un membro gi GVB para un $100 pesos. Zagyado san perisibi uno na boto para i-board. Hakikisangan si Tairugui na sa Disembre man nangkulo na kumpanya sa sinya mafahan ni Taimano minanehan ni Baloto para i-4 ni man mailihi ni membro ni board. Ilang chairman ni GVB si Milton Morinaga gitestimonyo na kumadzon tensyon na ibiyo sa para maatisay paternidad para representa ni mandikiki na business siya pues David legislatura o mapasay lai lumasay man maapunta para i-member ni board no fan ginin na si mandikiki na business siya. Ilay pao ko sa gobyerno mapupunta 5 na membro sa legislatura sa maaazig 3 8 po todo gi 12 na membro ni board. Para Guam News Network, Gualsikin Concepcion. Yasunto ifinut sa muro sa presenta za ninafatto ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Get through the work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 15 people. For a chance to win, all you have to do is 1. Register as a user on the Uno Go app or website. Existing registered users may be entered as well. 2. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. And 3. Send us a message with your name, contact email, and phone number, your office, and its location. We'll draw a winner every Friday on The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11 and streaming on Facebook Live, and coordinate the day of your choice for lunch to be delivered the following week. We'll also feature your office celebration on KUAM News every Friday. Put smiles on your co-workers' faces and enter today. Open to Guam residents only. Conditions apply. See the Uno Go Guam Facebook page for details. Thanks to our participating restaurants, Beach and Shrimp, Lone Star, Jamaican Grill, Ajisen, Sing's Cafe, Pika's, and the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort.
This week's Office Party giveaway is from Jamaican Grill. Enter today to win.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talafofo and Inilohan for Haanan Minagov, a great day to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Latte, Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food that Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyofthelatte.com. Haanan Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Latte, Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenburg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
Oh man, this one, I love it. From his Luminosity EP, Jason J. This one also called Luminosity. And for all you Jason J fans out there, hang in there. He's coming up with a very brand new one, dropping soon. From what we heard from Joe Nugget Charfris, so can't wait till we hear what's new with Jason J in 2021. We're back with the show here. It's The Link. Be brought to you by Calvo Enterprises, also I-Team, Jack in the Box, and Pacific Points. Half a day, Victorious Flan here, filling in for the amazing Chris Malfunction with your amazing host, Sabrina Salas, Matt Tanani, Jason Salas.
What's
and
up, Vic?
Good morning, guys.
Back to back days.
I know, right?
Good to see you, man.
Good to be back.
Happy Liberation Week.
Happy Liberation Week. I'm excited. Excited for everything. The celebrations, the memorials, also the fireworks, the drone shows. It's going to be epic, for sure.
Absolutely. That's the right word. I mean, there is a lot going on, everybody. So make sure to check out the stations of KUM, because you can join us on Facebook. You can join us on the radio. So tune your FM dial to 93.9 if you are out and about trying to catch a glimpse of one of the fireworks shows, and play our channel, and you get a synchronized music experience going along with the fireworks. Or if you're at home doing the safe thing, tune over to KUM TV8, because we will be bringing you a Liberation Cavalcade, an extravaganza, a smorgasbord of things that are happening to remember 77 years of the United States military liberating Guam from Japanese occupation. We got a lot of stuff coming on. You'll also meet the sixth and final winners of the Vax to Win campaign. So find out which one of your neighbors wins $10,000 and who comes away with a brand new car.
Ooh.
That's Wednesday night at 7:30 on KUM TV8, on the KUM News Facebook page, and on 93.9 FM. Woo!
That's right. And this week, we continue our profiles for our KUM Culture Club. We are featuring Edward Leon Guerrero of Pulan Speaks, a strong island man with a strong message for his community.
Culture Club, brought to you by Hanem.
Buenas and Hafaday, Guahu Sipulan, or my real name is Edward Leon Guerrero. And I make YouTube videos about the Chamorro language, about the Chamorro people, and about the Chamorro culture. For most of my life, I didn't really care about the Chamorro language, about the Chamorro culture. It wasn't until one incident in 2015 which changed my entire perspective on everything. And that was when my Nanahu Biha, my grandma, passed away. One of the greatest regrets that I have is to not be able to speak to her in her own language. And it's a regret that's still with me today. And because of that, I dedicated myself that I will learn the Chamorro language no matter what. No matter the amount of people who tease me, which believe me, there's a lot of them. No matter the struggles, no matter the obstacles. When I wanted to learn Japanese back in high school, I would search up on YouTube, and I would find dozens of lessons on the Japanese, but yeah, I couldn't really find anything on the Chamorro language. And so that's what inspired me to create a YouTube channel called Pulan Speaks, in order to get people who are in the same boat as me, to give them a resource so they too could learn the Chamorro language. And it has greatly evolved since, because I don't just make only Chamorro language lessons. I also make history videos about the culture, videos pertaining, for example, to the ancestral origins of the Chamorro people. There's a lot of books out there, but they're not easily accessible, or they're not in a format which is easily digestible. I don't want to be part of the generation that gave up. I don't want to be an active participant in watching our unique Chamorro heritage die. No one in this world no one but us cares about our people. And let's do something about it. We must never give up. We must never lose hope. We must never tire. One of my uncles, when I spoke to him in Samburu, and as we spoke to each other in Samburu, he told me, Edward, Gof Banadosutsu, Nuhagu, I am very proud of you for speaking the language, for attempting to learn, for trying. An encouragement like that from my family members is what helps me to keep going. What I advise you to do is first, go to your elders and talk to them. Ask them about their history. Ask them about their experiences here in the Marianas, about their experiences growing up in the 70s, in the 80s. Get that personal connection from your family members, from your elders. The second thing I'll recommend is check out my YouTube channel. But other than my YouTube channel, there's a vast amount of other resources. For example, at the University of Guam, there's other books. And that's why with the YouTube channel, I try to summarize and condense the information. But yes, so course number one, go to the elders. You know, they're a lot smarter than me. I just make videos on YouTube, and then just check out my channel too for some information. My name is Edward Leon Guerrero, the founder of Pulan Speaks, and I am a proud member of the KUAM Cultural Club.
Thanks, Edward, for that extremely powerful words. Again, that was Edward Leon Guerrero, our feature on KUAM Culture Club. He is with Pulan Speaks. And we're going to head into the Zoom room where we are going to check in with Chima Mbakwam. He is the public health, Chief Public Health Officer of the Department of Public Health. I always get it mixed up. Good morning. Good morning, Chima.
Good morning, Sabrina.
How you doing?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing okay. So glad to have you on, man. We're so close to achieving herd immunity.
Yeah.
What do you think? We're gonna make 80%?
This is a final lap, and we're actually pushing. We're asking. We're begging. We're trying to convince people. You know, this is the right time. You know, this is liberation for us. You know, we're looking at liberation. We're looking at 80%. We're looking at us being fully immunized. You know, we want that full protection. You know, we want to start off, you know, on a very good plate after the Liberation Day. And the department and the governor's office, you know, in combination with Gong and other partners, you know, since January, we've worked really hard, you know, to ensure that we vaccinate our island. You know, at the beginning, at the UOG Field House, we were actually maxing out almost 2,000 vaccines a day. And today, we're just asking for just a little higher than 2,000 people to get vaccinated, and then we'll be at the 80% mark. So it's almost ironic, you know, that what we could do in one day, we're not asking people to come and do in 3 days. But I think with the messaging and with the information that we have out there, and the fact that it clearly shows that the vaccines work, I think people should at least come out in masses today and tomorrow and Wednesday, you know, to make sure that we reach that mark. And the number is pretty low, you know, like I said, lower than what we used to do in one day. And we have vaccine sites now. We have the community health centers, you know, vaccinating people. We have the pod at the Micronesia Mall. We have the UOG that is open, you know. There are places where the private providers are providing vaccination. The pharmacies are providing vaccination. So it's just around the corner. You know, you can go, you can pick and choose where you need to go but the end point is that let us get to the final, mark, before Liberation Day.
You're right, Chima. We've been encouraging people, to join the vaccination. You've guys got the Vaccine Win, and as you said,
the app.
Right, and you've made it more accessible for people to go out and get vaccinated with the different ways that people can do this. But what do you think? I mean, why are people still kind of hesitant?
When you're looking at it at the beginning, when people were a little hesitant to go get vaccinated due to misinformation, but right now I really don't think is a lot about misinformation. If you're looking at the numbers that we have, this is some of them are people who are actually due for their second doses, that are procrastinating not to go get their second doses, right? And a very few number of people that might still have doubt, but at the end of the day, this number is reflective of those who need to go get their second dose and those who do not, who might still be a little hesitant to go get vaccinated. But the statistics today, clearly shows that it's working. Like I discussed with the director, he was mentioning the number of people, getting infected within this period, with the numbers that were released the last time. Almost 90-something% of the people that have been COVID positive on the island recently have been the unvaccinated, So it is clear that the vaccine is working, and that 90-something%, if they were vaccinated, maybe would have been almost at 0%. And in the past 3 days, we've actually had 0 cases of COVID, right? I think Saturday we had 0, yesterday we had 0 from the public health side. We're waiting for DOD if they are going to report, if they had any positive. But clearly, we're seeing good numbers, we're seeing days of 0, but this can be attributed to vaccination, So we're encouraging people to, keep the numbers at 0, and these people that have not been vaccinated should please, come out and get vaccinated to keep every other person safe.
Chima, and it is rather fitting in a very poetic way that we'll be celebrating our island's 77th anniversary of our liberation from Japanese occupation. Certainly our most venerated holiday here on the island. But should we achieve herd immunity in just about 48 hours, it's also a liberation from the restrictions we've all had to endure, the restrictions from not allowing tourists in the way that we've become accustomed to here on the island and everything like that. So thematically and everything like that, just the way it all lines up as, we all anticipate Wednesday, and we as responsible Guamanians want our community to go out and get their shot and do what you have to do, because, the liberation aspect, it just ties in perfectly, for why people should get these, 2,000 plus vaccinations. It all lines up really, really beautifully.
Yeah, and to your point, that is it. We want to get liberated. We want that freedom. We want the freedom from this pandemic. We want to wake up on Liberation Day knowing that we've achieved our aim of liberating Guam from COVID-19 by vaccinating 80% of our population 18 and over. And I would feel very grateful too, because I'll be liberated. The department will be liberated, the gong, you guys, everybody that has put in a fight, even the individuals that have actually gone through the pains, of COVID-19 will be able to feel liberated on that day. I want us to have our barbecues and family gatherings, knowing that everyone is safe. That 1%, that 2%, that is still going to make us unsafe, should at this point know that they are the problem that we have now, So they should become part of the solution and not the problem. And with the number that we have today that we need to vaccinate, I can assure you that if all these guys go to UOG today, we have the manpower to do that. we can mobilize today. We can stay up till 10 p.m. You know, it's a commitment for us, you know, as an island to make sure that we get liberated on Wednesday, you know, to make sure that we go into the Liberation Day fully liberated.
Well, that having been said, Chima, given the target numbers that we're trying to hit and everything like that, are you actually increasing vaccination capacity, like at the various stations and everything like that, so we can, you know, so we can get this thing done?
You know, the thing is, we've had this capacity from the beginning. Like I explained to you, we were actually vaccinating close to 2,000 plus in one day at UOG.
Okay.
So that site alone can still maintain that momentum. Then with the added pods, you know, we have the clinics now, we have the pharmacies, you know, vaccinating, we have the community health centers vaccinating, we have a pod at Micronesian Mall running daily, you know. It's out there, you know, it's within reach. You know, you don't have to drive too far to get it. You know, you just need to make up your mind, and that's what we're asking people to do. You know, make up your mind to save the island. You know, make up your mind to keep us safe. We want to be safe, and the only way we can be safe is making sure that we hit this number on Liberation Day, so that we will thump our chest and raise our hands. You know. To show that we've been liberated, and that is the aim. And like I said, public health, the gong is committed within these few days, you know, to put in every effort we can. I'm ready to roll my sleeves to go out to UOG. I'm ready to push it till 10 p.m., you know, if that is what it takes, you know. At this point, we're looking at what it takes to achieve our aim.
Okay, and the director of the Department of Public Health is joining us now, Mr. Art San Agustin. Mr. Director, good morning and Hafa Day to you. Happy Liberation Week.
Happy Liberation Week to you as well. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good to have you here. And you know, I hope you were watching our discussion thus far with Chima, you know, one of your colleagues and everything. But we're discussing on about, you know, how much it would mean thematically to us to achieve this goal by Liberation Day. And I was actually just about to tell Chima, I was like, think about, you know, all of us as Guamanians and everything, how much more the idea of liberation would mean going forward if we actually achieved this goal and said, you know, not only was it the time when our ancestors and our descendants were liberated from Japanese occupation and the atrocities of war, if we as a community in the more modern day came together and we were also able to stave off infection because of coronavirus. I mean, for my generation, I think that's incredibly significant.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I'm just now catching on to this show, so I do apologize. I wasn't able to join earlier. But first and foremost, I want to thank KUAM, Sabrina, Chris, and yourself, Jason, really for having us this morning and getting the message out to really ask our community to come out, especially those that are due their second dose. We can achieve this, but we really need the community's help to come out to our vaccine sites and get their second dose. Or for those who perhaps would like to get J3, that's also available. So we like to encourage everyone, let us hit that target goal of 18 and older who are eligible at 80%. We need 2,073 more individuals to walk in as of yesterday. So it is very much achievable, but we do need everyone's help to do this. So thank you again, KUAM and Sabrina, excuse me, Chris and Jason for your continued support through this year plus of working through COVID-19 and everything we've been through and continue to do to protect our community.
And Art, maybe for those people that are listening that have still, I guess up until this day, are on the fence on, I'm not sure if I want to get the, you know, the vaccine, your message to them?
Well, you know, really for everyone, to them and everyone else who's still pondering whether to come in for their second dose, it's a vaccine that's safe, and it's something that we as a community can do to protect ourselves. As many of us have recently heard, our more recent infections are within the unvaccinated. Our more recent infections are those within the same household. So we're asking parents, to protect yourselves, protect your kids, and also the grandparents. We want to protect them. And if you have any questions, please do feel anyone can call Public Health and Social Services, and we can continue to provide education and information to those who are still not very sure or certain as to whether they should take the vaccines. And that's also a real challenge for us, but something that we continue to work with. And so for the community, for yourself, for our island, for everyone that lives on Guam. And we are doing so much better, Sabrina, than other places. And so really, if we can really capitalize on the fact that we are doing so much better and not be complacent and come out and even strengthen our position, it'll really help us. You know, they're talking across the 50 U.S. states with regards to Delta. Across Hawaii in the last 3 days or so has seen 3-digit numbers. They're seeing a surge. And so we're not there. And we can stay where we're at and improve if we all come together as a community. So I hope that in just knowing what's happening away from Guam, outside of Guam, that we come together, as we really have. I mean, sure, we haven't had a super typhoon in God's will. Not to have that happen in Guam is a great blessing. But even after a super typhoon, we come together and we can do this again. This is not a typhoon, but this is a public health emergency. And we're asking our brothers, our sisters, our uncles, our grandmas, our grandpas, please come out. And the young generation as well, the youth who are eligible, for their parents to consider that they too be inoculated to protect themselves. So thank you again for that.
And I think just going back to what in an interview with Chima last week, I want to say when we saw those 20 or so positive cases, and he was mentioning that the majority of those cases were unvaccinated and individuals, and they were spreading it to their children within the same household. And we're looking at, you know, the return of face-to-face and return of school actually in a month or so.
Right.
Just, I guess, any words to these parents?
Yes, absolutely, Sabrina. Again, another really good question for public health with regards to the children, for the parents of these school-age children who are eligible, to consider having your children inoculated, get them vaccinated. It would be considered perhaps, for some, let's think of it as a regular back-to-school immunization that happens year after year, and to protect them. And because some of the kids may not be vaccinated and they may be positive and yet not, they may be asymptomatic, they have no symptoms just yet, but at least give yourself a sense of comfort and protection for your children who go to school, that, hey, my kids are vaccinated, they're protected. And so you're increasing their level of protection as children who, as we all know, although there may be some mitigating measures imposed or, you know, regulated in the school setting, 12-year-olds may just be 12-year-olds, and 14-year-olds are going to hang out with their friends and socialize. So anything we can do to increase the level of protection for our school-age children, I ask the parents to consider that.
Okay, and if I can just add something, Bree, I just got off the phone with GVB because I wanted to make sure, and for people, you know, who need a little bit of that carrot to be dangled in front of them, or the incentive thing works for them, I get it. You know, some people just, you know, they say, what do I get out of it? That's totally fine. We knew this was going to happen. GVB said to be eligible for week 6, you can still win either the $10,000 or the car, but you have to be fully vaccinated by the deadline, and then make sure that you register at visitguam.com/VAX by 11:59 tonight. So make sure that you be fully vaccinated by today, and then register by midnight tonight, and you will be eligible for the week 6 drawing.
Okay, that's great.
Just wanted to add that.
Thank you for that.
Also, the governor, she's indicated that we may go back into PCOR 4 likely on liberation, right? Hopefully we can achieve this herd immunity. I did want to ask, though, are we still going to see this effort for the vaccination clinics and the COVID testing clinics even after Liberation Day, and even if we are in PCOR 4?
Absolutely. We're going to maintain 3 sites initially. The standing sites of Micronesia Mall. We have the North and the Southern Community Health Centers. We're also working still with our partners to have, for example, the testing or vaccination and combination like at the Dededo Flea Market. Chima and his team are also exploring a site for the central part of Guam, for example, maybe somewhere in Agana. And we haven't confirmed yet the location, but yes, we will continue to do testing, and we will continue to offer vaccinations throughout. And we're looking all the way through September or even longer, depending on where we are. But we will continue to provide those services. And we're actually preparing a press release that we're looking to issue today. I don't know, maybe our chief has already said it, but we are going to be closing out the University of Guam at the end of July. And so the other sites where you can come in to get your vaccinations or to be vaccinated will remain available, and then we will expand that as well.
Okay, so we're going to continue to hold the line, basically.
Yes, we must. Thank you.
And so, I mean, are we ready? Are we ready for PCOR 4?
We're looking forward to that, Sabrina, but we definitely also are really asking the community to come out. I know in the next 24, 48 hours, come out and help us get there and protect ourselves, protect our community, protect our family. I know it's crazy, but really protect public health and it's protecting our economy. And so we want to get all that together, and we can do that together by us coming out and getting our second dose or J3.
And like Chima said, if we could do it in one day, like we saw at the beginning when we were encouraging everybody to join the vaccination, we can certainly do it.
Guys, we are so close. Everybody watching this, I mean, you can taste it and everything. Like, you know, this is our reputation. This is who we are, and we can do this. So please, I beg of you.
It's really ironic, right? We need 2,073, and when you round it off mathematically, it's like 2,100. We need 2,100 for July 21st. So 21 is like our magic number. So we need to really draw the community out here, Jason and Sabrina and Chris. So yes, let's do that. Let's really encourage our family, friends, and our chat groups. Send it out through your chat groups, please, and ask them to consider coming in to get their second dose, first dose, or even J3.
Right. And today it's at 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the Micronesia Mall Center Court. Please go get your shot.
Thank you so much.
All right. Any final comments, gentlemen?
Chima?
You go, sir. You're here.
Well, Chima and I have been working on this for over a year. So, you know, really, to KOML, and really thank you for your time, the airtime you give us to send our messages out. And we thank all our partners. And we continue to thank and appreciate those who partner with us as we move on past July 21st, Sabrina, as you would ask. Will we continue? Yes, we will. But really, to the community, July 21st is such a significant date for us here in Guam, as you have said, Jason. And so we really can capitalize on coming out to our vaccine sites at the university and at Micronesia Mall or health centers. You would help us, you would help Guam, you would help our community move forward. So come out, get vaccinated, Guam. Thank you, Atizos Mas.
And we wish the both of you and your families a happy Liberation Day, and we really, really look forward to when next we speak, hopefully with the both of you again sometime later this week. We're going to say we did it.
Thank you. And we hope to get there.
Really looking forward to that to you guys. So best of luck to you guys, man. God bless public health.
Thank you, Jason. And thank you for KUAM. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chima. Thanks, Art.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Seriously, we are almost there, everybody. We can do this.
All right, again.
With the numbers 2,100, we can get this done, like Chima said. Like, and that's why I was wondering. I was like, you know, do you have to ramp up facilities and like, you know, really like add more people, shift the guard over? He's like, you know, we're within our capacity to do. You know, we can knock out 2,000 in a day.
Yep. July 18th. That's today. 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Micronesia Mall Center Court. Tomorrow, different options. You can go to the OG Fieldhouse, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Also tomorrow, the Dededo Farmers Co-op, that's 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Public Health in Dededo, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Then on the 20th, Public Health in Arahan, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And also the Dededo Gura Basketball Court, 3 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. We need 2,100 people to either get their second dose or the J&J by Liberation.
And again, you know, if you're wondering, you are eligible for the Week 6 prize, the $10,000, the brand new car, all the other wonderful prizes. They even have prizes for young people and everything, but you need to actually be fully immunized by today, and make sure that you register at visitguam.com/VAX by 11:59 tonight. Please, everybody, let's do this. We're just about there. We can do this.
That's right.
Yeah.
Stay tuned to the link. Coming up next, we're going to be speaking to an American Ninja Warrior.
Nice.
Excited.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable, as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Especially that.
A member of our Guam family here is going next level. I mean, I'm a big sports guy and everything like that. I grew up watching, NFL, college football, Olympics, wide world of sports, all that stuff and everything like that. I cannot even imagine the next level training you have to do to be an American Ninja Warrior. And we have one of them in the Zoom room right now, Guam's own Darren Perez. Hafa and good morning, my bro.
Hafa, thank you for having me. This is an honor, so I really appreciate this.
Dude, the honor's always ours, man. Whenever we get like any American Ninja Warrior, but specifically like one from our shores over here, that's an amazing treat. So maybe just to start out with and everything like that, tell us what's your athletic background, and what's some of the training you've already had, and then what got you into wanting to become a Ninja Warrior contestant.
So my athletic background, in high school, I was playing basketball, JV, varsity, and then kind of just played random sports here and there, nothing really too serious after high school. I really never found anything that suited me. And it wasn't until roughly around 2015 that my wife and I were sitting on the couch watching the old version of Ninja Warrior called Sasuke. And we're watching that, and I made a comment of, something I really wanted to try and do because it just looks really fun. And she challenged me. She said, let's find an event and let's do it. So we found an event. At this time, I was living in London. The UK. And we found an event in London 2 weeks later. And they hosted 1,500 competitors that weekend. and they had 2 courses. Of the 1,500, only one person actually made it through both courses. And I didn't realize at the time, but I was that individual who made it through both courses. And I realized that this sport was something that was special to me because I had a natural talent and ability for the sport. So I just started training at it and kept going for it.
Mm-hmm. What was the competition like? I mean, like going out there, I mean, Guam athletes, we have, like, we're bred differently and everything like that, not just because of the climate and because of, the conditions we have to train under. I mean, I've told people, like, for years, you go to grandma's house, you go to your nana and you move like a 50-pound bag of rice and everything. That's the same as doing like 50-pound squats and everything like that. But there's also an island pride that we carry, and you've got an entire island, watching you, and you've got 671 on your heart and everything. So what was that like to kind of like draw on your strength as an islander as you went about the competition?
Being able to represent, our people, our culture is definitely something I pride myself on, because having the honor to showcase what we can do as islanders is definitely a pride thing. So carrying our flag to all my competitions is something I make sure I do, and I fly it proudly because, there's no other feeling just going out there and representing for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
You've been at this quite a few years. I know I've done a couple of features with you, tried out one of the camps, and you also helped me with
operative word, tried.
Some tips with the trench challenge. But you're here on Guam. I did want to go back just a little bit to kind of find out how you were able to maintain your training, because last year obviously was difficult for all of us, but here we are, we're about to watch you on American Ninja Warrior tomorrow. So how did you keep up with your training?
So training, it's always been difficult for me because I've always lived in places that did not have a Ninja Warrior training facility near me. I mean, when I was in the UK, the nearest one was about 2.5-hour drive. When I was in San Diego, the nearest one was another 2.5-hour drive. I had a couple backyard things here and there, but what really drove me was something I live by every day, and that's literally just as simple as no excuses. I do not allow myself to give myself any excuses because I'm competing against these top dogs, these kids who have been doing it, who live at the gym, day in and day out. And in order to be competitive against them, I couldn't allow myself to provide excuses. So I built like a small rig in my backyard. I did a lot of mimic of movement for specific obstacles, and just a lot of grip training, endurance training, and a lot of imagination really is what was key to my training. So just going through all of that, with obviously motivation, trying to get out there and get my name out there is definitely a struggle. But again, living by the motto of no excuses really helped me get through everything.
Mm-hmm. Now you're an elite athlete, but you're also in very elite company because there have been people that have competed with ties to Guam in the American Ninja Warrior community and everything like that. What's your relationship with like Billy Navarrete? Because he's a good friend of ours, and he got started. He was doing even before he got in the Ninja Warrior circuit, he was doing like the parquet thing, and he really like brought that up, and people were like, "Wow, this is a fantastic workout," and you basically use your environment. So have you guys been able to network or kind of like share some training tips? And
yeah, I know Billy pretty well as well. We were actually out a couple years ago in the Philippines doing an event out there. And that's where we really met in person, and we hung out a lot. So we definitely have a good friendship. Billy and I have networked and talked, a lot in behind the scenes as far as training. Once I get on Guam, things we can do. So there's a lot of potential for us to really set the sights for Ninja Warrior here in Guam. So it's the networking it's definitely there.
Now I want to ask you about your training regimen because you said you started in basketball and you've done like other sports, but with this particular sport, basically there isn't like a muscle group in your body that you don't have to have completely refined, and you know, your cardio has to be different. You know, the endurance factor has to be like really managed and everything like that. I mean, you know, I grew up playing volleyball, so for me it was always about quads, calves, back, and arms and everything like that. What's your training regimen like, and you know, how do you separate that? Like, because most people just know, even people that do like circuit training is like, you know, one day's leg day, another day's, you know, more about cardio and everything like that. So what's your regimen like?
So ninja specific, it's really, I break it down into like 3 different categories: technique, stamina, and then power, like strength. So what I do for strength, it's usually upper body. I do a lot of upper body pull-ups. The other day, I had me and my friend at the end of our 2-hour session, I made us do a 100 pull-up challenge in 10 minutes. So it's that's a lot of our stamina training. For power, you know, we'll do weighted vests, and we'll start doing more pull-ups with more weights. And then obviously technique-based, depending on which obstacles we're working that day, we'll work on technique. And within technique falls a lot of balance, because a lot of people think of Ninja Warrior as only upper body obstacles, but in reality, you have to be very versatile, because balance is one of those things that's very tricky, and you can't really, predict what that balance obstacle is going to do. Because one thing they don't tell you is we don't get to practice these obstacles on the show. You get to see the rules, you get one person demo it one time, and then the rest is up to you with your imagination. When it's your turn, you're up and the cameras are rolling. So you definitely have to have a wide range of balance abilities to attack those obstacles.
So take me through that real quick. Okay, so like, you know, the cameras are about to roll. You're about to do like, I guess, a take, you know, as we say in the biz and everything like that. You're standing on the platform. You know your number's up. All eyes on you and everything like that. What goes through Darren Perez's mind? You know, you're getting there. You know, do you close your eyes and say a prayer? Do you focus and fixate on a particular obstacle and everything like that right before the whistle blows and everything like that? Where are you mentally?
So first, I like to kind of ease my nerves, because it is nerve-wracking. Every single time you step up there, it's nerve-wracking. So me personally, I like to play with the crowd just to, you know, get them going, get the smiles going, and just get that energy, that vibe working in my favor, because later on, that's what I'm going to need. Once I get all those nerves out, then I start to zone in and focus on the course. And prior to stepping up to the block, I've ran the course at least 100 times in my head at all the different possibilities of ways I could fail, ways I could succeed, ways I can attack the obstacle. So at that point, I'm just focused in and letting that mentality take over, that mental success on the course take over, and let my body just follow through.
Do you guys get advance notice of the course before you go on the show? You have an idea of what the obstacles are, or is it a surprise?
Not at all. So the day of, we fly in, for example, on the qualifiers, right? The qualifiers was held up in Tacoma. We all flew up there together, right? Everyone met there at the hotel, did all the admin work, whatnot. And then when we got transported over to the course, we were in 2 groups, right? A morning group, afternoon group. And each group, as soon as they get there, they run through rules. You do the rules of all the obstacles. They do the demo of the obstacles, and then they put you to the back room. And literally, whenever they're ready, they start calling numbers, and they tell you start warming up, and off you go. It's that quick, no notice. You only got X amount of time to think about these obstacles.
Mm-hmm. Are you aware of your own adrenaline, and how do you actually manage that? Because, you know, there is that natural attraction that people have to you, because they're like, oh wow, you know, you're a Pacific Islander, you know, you're not from this big country that I'm from and everything like that. You're really, really cool, and you're humble. You know, you're exhibiting what we do as Chamorros and everything like that. So, you know, obviously that's going to get you like a little hype and everything like that. But you need some of that reserve to, you know, get you some of those crazy obstacles. So like, how do you manage, you know, your nerves?
So for me, you know, meeting people it's always a fun to me. I love meeting new people and you know, sharing our culture, right? That's that's the beauty of meeting new people. I get to express where I'm from, what we're about. And so that really doesn't bother me too much. What gets to me is when I'm getting ready for the course, like you talked about, the adrenaline, it just starts to pump, right? Everything's going, palms are sweating. You're really, really getting anxious. And for me, I've been practicing a lot of mental focus and breathing techniques, because with the breathing techniques, it helps slow your heart rate, it helps keep you calm and in control, so that way you can dictate what you're going to do rather than letting your heart rate dictate what you're doing.
For sure. Yeah.
You talk about the mental game, but when you go to these competitions, and I want to know more about the behind the scenes type of thing, when you meet up with these other competitors, they're like, hey man, you're going down, or anything like that, or is everybody like, oh yeah, you're so good?
How's your trash talk game?
Yeah.
Actually, the Ninja Warrior community is it's very different than any other sport. And we, you guys will watch the show, we have guys who are professional athletes. We have NFL players that compete on this. We had gold medal Olympic athletes compete on this. And each time I've talked to all these individuals, they say the Ninja Warrior community is nothing like anything else they've ever seen, because although we are kind of competing against each other, we're not really. We're all against the course. So like someone who just went down, as soon as he went down, everyone's all, hey man, they're giving him the praise he needed because the stuff he did good on, and then in return, he's helping everybody. Hey, this thing spins a lot faster than I anticipated. Watch out for that. So you would think like he would keep that to himself, but in the Ninja Warrior community, it's not about being selfish, or not about you. It's about the community, and the goal is to overcome these obstacles. So it's really us versus the obstacles, and anything we can do to help each other out to overcome these obstacles is definitely what the community has come about, and is to help bring up that positivity.
Well, Darren, let me ask, do you golf?
I have golfed before, yes.
Because I was wondering, because I was like, the opposite, the natural, antithesis of adrenaline is obviously that little birdie that starts talking in the back of your head of self-doubt, or it'd be so much easier if I just gave up or quit and everything like that. And I brought up golf and everything because, like you said, it's just you against the course, and at the end of the day, you may have a bunch of people saying, you can do this and everything like that, but it's you out there, and you are your own team and everything like that. So how do you stave off, just a natural ability to say, like, it'd be so much easier and it's low-hanging fruit if I just fell or something like that? What keeps you going?
As my wife would say, I'm just a stubborn guy. I don't like to give up. I don't like to quit.
Are you a Taurus?
So there's just times I'm up there and my forearms are burning. I feel like quitting. I feel like just falling down, and somehow, some way, I find that second wind to just blow past. And I was like, look, it's either I fall here right now, be done with, or I make 2 more moves, suck it up, and get that pride, get that victory that I've been wanting to complete that obstacle. And sometimes it works out, and sometimes even though I give it my all, your body just gives out on its own. So it's definitely a struggle to overcome those things.
Well, I'll tell you what, you've metaphorically got an entire island. You got 170,000 people. If you're up on one of those obstacles thinking you're gonna fall, you got a bunch of people like holding you up. And we want to invite you guys to come and check out the watch party for the Guahan Ninja himself. Poof! Darren Perez. There's going to be a watch party tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. over at the venue in Agana. So come out, show your love, show your support. And Darren, you're going to be there, right, at the watch party?
Yes, I am going to be there. I'm going to be there a little bit earlier. So if anyone wants to come out, just kind of hang out, do a little meet and greet everybody. I'll be there around 6:15, 6:30. And the show actually starts at 7. So once it starts, come on over. If you're running late, just have a seat, chill out, and enjoy the show.
Very cool. And
I wanted to ask about this before we let you go. Is this like really part of your training regimen?
Oh, we got the video up from your Instagram page.
Yeah, I was just looking at your Instagram. That's pretty insane.
Which one?
It's the one where you're jumping over
on the swing set.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was at the park. Because right now I'm currently living here on base, and there's a park right outside our house, and there's a swing set. So me and the kids are like, Dad, can you do a Superman push-up over this swing? I was like, well, we won't know till we try. So there are a couple of fail Fridays that's gonna happen in there, and it took a couple tries, but eventually I got it. Basically, just did a Superman push-up over the swing as it swung up underneath me. So it was fun.
Okay, so how many takes did it take you to actually do it, or is it one and done?
No, it did take me a few times. I want to say it took me about 10 to 15 tries before I actually landed it perfectly.
Well, you know what, Darren, as they say, I mean, you anybody can train and anybody can get in shape, and you can teach being mentally strong and everything like that, but having heart is something that only a few people are really, really born with to do, what they love doing. And you've obviously got that in abundance. And you've also got an entire community behind you, supporting you, cheering you on, showing your love and everything like that. And so everybody, please make sure to come out tomorrow at the venue at 6:30 p.m. It's a meet and greet. You can hang out with Darren. Stay socially distant. Be cool.
Mm-hmm. And you can watch him competing in American Ninja Warrior. That's 7 o'clock tomorrow night, Tuesday, on KUAM TV8. Darren, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Congratulations on all your success, man. So because you are such an inspiration, if we can just get maybe a few words to young people who might be watching this and say wow, that guy's really, really cool. I think I would like to try that, or I think I can do that. What would you say to the young people?
So surprisingly to me, I came home and I've heard rumors that from my wife's side of the family, right? There's a couple of kids there who've been waiting to meet me, and I had no idea that they have been following me. I mean, they've been telling me my life story about Ninja Warrior. I cannot believe how much I've actually become an inspiration to the younger generation. So I definitely would say, like I tell my own kids, no matter where you come from or what your life has been like, it is your choice to choose what you're going to end up. Don't let others dictate your life, right? You can do anything. All right. I've become from very humble beginnings. I've been there. I've been on food stamps. I've been on, WIC. I've done all that both as a child and as an adult. And you just got to hang in there, fight through whatever it is you're going through. And in the end, just if you don't give up, you get there and you achieve your dreams. So the younger generation, Ninja Warrior was definitely my venue. If it's something that you're interested in, let's talk. If not, just find that thing that gets you going and don't give up on it.
That's perfect, awesome. Man. All right. Better to be a role model than an Instagram model. Darren, we wish you continued success, man. We're really proud of you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, Darren. He's again, American Ninja Warrior. That's tomorrow night, 7 p.m. on KUAM TV8. Also, there's a meet and greet, the venue.
Yep. Go out and check it out at 6:30 down at the venue. It's in Egania. Say hi to our friend Phil Roberto for us.
Yes, and of course, Darren.
For sure.
All right.
Have a good one, Darren.
Okay, guys.
Okay, so I think we have one more piece of business to get to, Bree, before we put the show in the history books. We got Cover Me.
Yes, we do, and we'll have that right after the break.
Yep.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais. whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. Get through the work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 15 people. For a chance to win, all you have to do is 1. Register as a user on the Uno Go app or website. Existing registered users may be entered as well. 2. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. And 3. Send us a message with your name, contact email, and phone number, your office, and its location. We'll draw a winner every Friday on The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11 and streaming on Facebook Live, and coordinate the day of your choice for lunch to be delivered the following week. We'll also feature your office celebration on KUAM News every Friday. Put smiles on your co-workers' faces and enter today. Open to Guam residents only. Conditions apply. See the Uno Go Guam Facebook page for details. Thanks to our participating restaurants, Beach and Shrimp, Lone Star, Jamaican Grill, Ajisen, Sing's Cafe, Pika's, and the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort.
This week's Office Party giveaway is from Jamaican Grill. Enter today to win.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The Culture Club returns to KOAM Digital and KOAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KOAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC. Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
I'm gonna be there, yeah. In Paris they want me, and I'm gonna be there spreading the vibe. Hello, vibe. Yeah, Rasta Lion is calling, yeah. Shilly dilly wally dilly dilly, shilly shilly, yeah. Shilly dilly wally dilly dilly, shilly shilly, yeah. The vibe is alright, You never had it easy, I know, but I still remember you, yeah. Hear what you used to say, so this my song for you, my friend. But you can only see that I will never let this go, yet. Listen to the sound of
Oh man, you can't go wrong with Titan Harmony from a long time ago, live local Friday. Such a nice, awesome powerhouse with this vocalist D. Uhara, and the crew. Such awesome, beautiful songs that they put out every single time they come on the show. Wow, guys, pretty much wrapping things up.
Yep. Another great show. Miss the link, miss a lot. You heard from Public Health, the final push to get vaccinated. We're so close, about 2,100 shots away from achieving herd immunity of our adult population here on Guam. So we can do this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready.
If I was a betting man, and I am not, if I was into wagering and everything like that, I would say Guam is going to get this done.
Yes,
I have faith in our people.
Right, and you can go get vaccinated today. There's a clinic over at the Micronesian Mall. So go get your shot.
And if I was a betting man, I'd probably bet that Chris would tell Vic, you probably have to jump in tomorrow, too, for some reason. Hey, Vic, work the second half of the show, man.
Also, GVB, Jason, you were mentioning you spoke with them. If you've got your final chance to win $10,000.
Yeah, but you need to be fully vaccinated by today, and then you need to go to visitguam.com/VAX. Visit guam.com/vax and register by 11:59. You got to get your registration in.
That'd be crazy if that one person who just goes in today, gets everything finalized, registers before midnight, and gets their name called by tomorrow. That'd be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And good luck to you.
And it's a possibility.
It's a possibility. We'll take that.
All right. Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning into the link. That's it for us. But we leave you with
Cover Me, and to be brought to you by Docomo Pacific. Are you experiencing any financial hardships from a COVID-19 pandemic? You and your family may qualify for the Emergency Broadband Benefit Program, EBB. You can visit Docomo Pacific's Tumaning HQ to see if you qualify to receive the $50 off select internet and mobile plans. The offer is limited. Please come in today and inquire about EBB. Docomo Pacific, better together. Also being brought to you by Burger King. The Chicken Fridays is back at Burger King. You wanted me to do that. Love the BK Chicken Fries. I hope I did it good, like Chris did.
That was great.
With your mask, that could pass for like a chicken beak.
Right?
That's a beautiful mask.
Thank you.
That's nice.
It's pretty really thick, so it's hard to breathe sometimes. But
all right. Hey, Cover Me. Who's performing?
Yes, we're going to have KPV on. It's Kaylee Villasoto and friends, and she's just an awesome performer. She's been performing since the Mount Carmel stage band. So it's always to see how crazy and amazing her career has.
And this is a gorgeous, haunting cover of the Tracy Chapman classic. This is a song that actually broke Tracy Chapman way back in the 90s. This is Fast Car.
All right.
Fast car, I wanted to get to anywhere. Maybe we can make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere. Any place is better. Started from zero, got nothing to lose. Maybe we'll make something. Me, myself, I got nothing to prove. Get us out of here, I've been working at the convenience store. Managed to save just a little bit of money. Wanted to drive too far. Just cross the border and into the city. You and I can both get jobs. Finally see what it means to be living. See, my old man's got a problem. He lives with a bottle, that's the way it is. His body's too old for working. His body's too young to look like his. Mama went off and left him. She wanted more for life than he could give. Said someone's gotta take care of him. So I quit school, that's what I did. Fast car, so fast enough so we can fly away. We gotta make a decision. Lead tonight or live or die this way.